I suppose the first thing that is worth mentioning, as far as I'm gonna probably not get to all my thoughts in Natlan in this stream, despite it lasting who knows how many hours. Um, but the music, it's very good. I really like the music in Natlan. It has very nice variety with like the different music that plays, like not just in the general regions that's different, but also like music that's different in the specific cities that is fun, like in the stadium, in the canopy, in the tribe areas, right? Like yada yada yada. It's great. Like pretty much solid 10 out of 10 for the music. Not surprising, Maho is usually really good at music. I'd say it's one of the standouts of the updates, and I don't know. I can never complain about the music personally. I mean, I'm sure someone like nuanced in music theory might have more proper critique or anything. I don't have that knowledge, nor do I really have any potential interest in gaining that knowledge. I mean, okay, music theory is interesting, mostly on like a mathematical level, but because it's like math, like music theory is basically math and psychology. But anyways, whatever. That's a weird start of this stream. So yeah, I would have done it like normally. Sundays is my that was a weird like click sound I made in my tongue by accident. Normally I've been doing unit reviews on Sundays. I didn't want to do one today. Why? Because they take more energy, and instead I'm doing a stream that also kind of takes a lot of energy. I feel like to focus on reviewing and thinking about things. But anyways, hello. I learned music theory for 4 years as a child, but remember none of it. I mean, yeah, I think the little I've seen of music theory is it can be taught in very many ways, including many ways that aren't really that meaningful. But that might be a little bit of a hot take. I don't know. I say that as someone mostly ignorant of the field. So, anyways, hi Somalia. Hi, nice to meet you, Somalia. I didn't know Somalia was a person. Thought it was a country, but I guess. Is it a good thing if a country would graduate to being a person? Maybe? I don't know. The fun part is you don't need music theory to make music. Exactly. That's part of the reason it's just a field that, like, it's interesting to think about. But not necessary to make music valuable. Right? So, anyways. I've had, silly thoughts in the past and how, like, what I would define as like a sentient creature. Like I feel like because like sentience is not something that's like possible to easily define, right? And I don't think it ever will have a solid definition because I think it's just a construct of nonsense that we made up mostly to apply to ourselves to make ourselves as humans feel special compared to other life forms. But this is I don't know why I'm starting. This is a weird way to start the stream. Whatever. I think it is a cute idea to conceive of, enjoyment of music to be a necessary trait in sentience, right? That's my like weird sentience theory, is that like sentience as part of the definition of sentience should be that sentient beings should enjoy music. Not like every individual one. I'm not saying like every individual human. Like I'm not saying a person that doesn't enjoy music is not sentient. They're probably not, but that's just a joke. So don't plants like music? Okay, but the problem is, can you ask if the plants like music? People like to assume that like their animals, like their dog, loves watching TV with them or whatever the frick, right? But like that doesn't mean they enjoy watching House MD. Just because they like staring at the TV. It's just like some sounds manage to like trigger their psychological their brain, the whatever. Natlan thoughts. Why do you have 175 crystal flies? I don't have 175 crystal flies. I wish I had 175 crystal flies. I should actually go get some. But anyways. Are animals sentient? I mean, I think it's possible they could be, but we have no way of knowing because we have no idea to communicate. And most of how I think most people would define sentience would necessitate a meaningful ability to communicate information between us. And by nature of being very different creatures, it's going to be extremely difficult for a dog to speak English. So, yeah, that, you know, there is no real answer. That's why it's just more like fun philosophical thoughts. The idea of defining sentience is a fun philosophical line of thought, not a serious academic thing. Mostly, in my opinion. I'm sure there are people that seriously try to define it in papers and whatever, but like papers will set a specific definition for a word like sentience in regards to whatever else the like paper is about. The paper itself would not be about defining sentience, right? They would just set a definition as a baseline. Yeah, figures all these are garbage. I never actually looked at them before. Wait, I didn't look at the other one. There you go. There's a negative thing about Natlan. As always, these are garbage. The only thing they're valuable for is like getting some cooking materials, if that's your thing, right? These things, or these things, I guess. Anyways, being aware of your thoughts is what I think works best by defining it. Yeah, but again, like, how do you prove it, like a dog is or is not aware of their thoughts? Right? I don't know. So, anyways, are you only live on YouTube? Yeah, I normally only go live on YouTube. I could try to friggin' stream on Twitch simultaneously, but should I? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. The Twitch is awful in a lot of ways. I don't know. So, no, I'm not gonna commit to that right now. Anywho's, so yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to mention everything. They changed a lot of things very minorly in Natlan. As far as my reviewing of Natlan goes, I will say that, like, from what I have seen of Kniech footage, both what I know of him from before, but also what I've seen of Kniech footage since he's releasing in a few days here, he seems to have some amount of similar issues as Mualani. Oh, I don't have Mualani here right now. He seems to have some similar issues as Mualani does in being kind of janky in some ways or another. Something I was gonna go do, by the way. I actually want to test DPS Sigewinne with this weapon instead of Aqua, which obviously obviously it's gonna be a lot worse than an R4 Aqua. God, I hate. Why do I have? Whatever. I want to test recurve bow, like the worst case scenario alternative supportive / DPS option for Sigewinne compared to Aqua Simulacra is what I want to compare. But anyways, so how long do I plan to stream? I don't know. I do need to turn on my fan, I think, because I'm a little bit warm. I also still have a little bit of a coffee cough. Like, I'm still very slightly sick. But so if I have to like move my microphone away and whatever, that might be why. Twitch chat culture is cool, and that's the only cool part of Twitch. I disagree. I'm sorry. I don't like Twitch chat culture. I think it's very, it's very weird and like kind of culty. Just saying. Should have gotten Sigewinne's bow. No, no. Aqua is better for her. So, anyways, any video lined up for weapons only? Heck no. Heck no. Actually, you know what? Wait. You know what we'll do? The reason I'm gonna do this is because I think this is funny. Okay? I think this is funny. I actually considered doing this. I should save this for like. God dang, I got a cough. I should save that. We're gonna here, put the turtle up for a second. No, that's not the turtle. Turtle. I'm gonna go log into weapons only. This is the first time I've logged into it in a while. Okay, let me turn on my fan, by the way, because I'm like actually sweating. This might make a noise because of weird electrical. This, I don't know, you know, if there's a weird zap farty sound, it's not me. It's interference. There we go. I just need some airflow in my room. Alright. Switch to EU. So, we're just gonna do this for a fun, silly live stream thing, because, you know, then I can forget about this, account forever. Sorry, like, I intensely did not enjoy playing on weapons only. And there has been some fun things, like the new weapon that was released on weapons only. Like, if weapons only was still a series I was running, I probably would, you know, mess around with it. Thanks, Len, for being a member. But, you know, instead what we're gonna do on weapons only is, you remember what the ending video, the last video I made on weapons only was trying to get a 5-star weapon. Like, I threw away all the 5-star weapons on weapons only, and I was doing single pulls. I think we are at like 70 something pity. So, you know, we can get some, wow, look at the primo gems. We can get some things here. You know, how exciting. Gambling content, right? Has the review begun? Kind of. I talked about the music a little bit. Yeah, we are at like 70. It's so rude. And this is the experience of weapons only in a nutshell. Going to 70 pity on weapon banner is quite unlucky. It's like going to 83-ish, I think, on character banner. It's pretty unlucky. So this is probably going to be a 5-star with a single pull here. Wow. Okay, 71. This is terrible. Go away, Len. I'm sorry. We're not, I'm not doing co-op. I'm not actually playing on this account today. 72. That's extremely rude. Wow. That's my protest of what I think about weapons only. It's also my protest of the weapon banner. As I said before, just because they made weapon banner better doesn't mean it's good. Like, the only good weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. Or if there was a way to get these things without wishing at all. It is my... I will maintain that opinion for Gotcha Games. Well, I can't delete the account. I just deleted the 5-star weapons. The account is still more than functional if I want to, like, use it for characters or whatever. So, you know, I still have the account if I want to make a video on it or do something. I don't know, right? Oh, we're on poems only now, I guess. Wait, no. I'm not gonna... We'll do poems only later, because I might do some theater, actually. I haven't done any of the new theater on poems only. But... switch back to main account. So yeah, let's... that was a distraction. Fun fact, if you sacrifice your 5-star weapons, you get a free limited 5-star. Yeah, I'm sure that's how that works. So, weapons only is the equivalent of a no-wishing account. Pretty much, yeah. It's slightly better than a no-wishing account, but I would say it's definitely almost surely worse than a standard banner account. And... they make the weapons too niche, basically, is all it is. And even the more generically good weapons, a lot of which I had on weapons only, did not make that meaningful of a difference. Turns out, believe it or not, characters are more important than weapons. Surprise. Like, that's the #1 takeaway from weapons only, is like, oh, these weapons can make a difference. They can be worthwhile eventually, but, like, you have to, like, really know why you want them, in my opinion. And getting them for drip might be a reason, but it's not a very good reason. So, and I still stand by that the only good weapon banner is the one that doesn't exist. But anyways. So, we're gonna farm a little bit of this, because I'm gonna do some stuff with Dehya later. That's actually is related to Natlan reviewing things. But basically... I'd say, I don't know, what's my overall thoughts? So, music, very good. I think they, like, as far as, if you probably didn't watch the exploration video, nobody did. By the way, I am almost assuredly never doing edited content for exploration content again. I don't regret making that video, it was worth testing, but that is one of my worst performing videos in a while, and I spent the most time on it I spent the most time in that video that I've spent in a while, and it's one of my worst performing videos. It's not that surprising, but I thought the concept was good enough that the video would have performed decently, and instead it has performed absolutely terribly. So, if you want exploration content, it's probably only going to happen through streams in the future for me, quite frankly. I probably would have gotten more views doing multiple streams of that similar concept than I would have elsewise. But anyways, the reason I'm mentioning the video, you can watch the exploration video if you want to see like my general experience exploring Natlan. I don't know how many of these I actually will end up needing, probably at least one more. But basically, I 100% explored Natlan, and I really like how they designed Natlan. They didn't fall into any of, like, if you followed my live streams before, you know I've like whinged about many aspects of their open world design, notably criticizing Sumeru. Ugh. To be clear, they've done quite a bit better with Fontaine, I think. I do think Fontaine was a little bit in their additional areas they added, but like my initial impressions for Fontaine were very positive as well. So, you know, grain of salt as far as like Natlan positivity as well. But, you know, Chenyville I think is great, but also has some of their normal pitfall problems. Like, I think it's really stupid that you can't explore Mount Lysine. That's probably not how you say it. But you can't explore this section in Chenyville until you do the quest. Dumb. They like didn't do that in Natlan. Like, you can go and like go to this, not that. You can go to like this underground area, which is like meant primarily to be part of the quest sequence, but you can like do the things you would do in the quest before you actually do the quest. And like it slightly changes the dialogue, and the dude's just like, "Oh, you did that already. That's fantastic." Yeah, all the locked areas made decently enough sense. They weren't tons and tons of dialogue and like 30 minutes, hour of waste time to do, you know, unlock a section. Like, it felt really well designed. They managed to like segment out like the whole region feels pretty cohesive, but blends together really well. The areas feel distinct, but also cohesive at the same time. I do not like I think like Inazuma I still like more, because Inazuma has more engaging like individual things, but like Inazuma has higher highs, I feel like, as far as like exploration with like puzzles and stuff goes, but also much lower lows. Whereas like Natlan's exploration experience is very consistent. I think this is like this region more than any other region, I think, shows MiHoYo's like how much they have like gradually refined what they're doing for their overworld design over time, more than any other region. I would not be surprised if for most players, not most players, but many players, Natlan ends up being their favorite region, with the big asterisk of, let's see what the remaining 3 tribes. I'm assuming like visually I feel like it would make sense if they like they have one tribe here, one tribe here, one tribe here. It would make sense, you know, like Volcano with a tribe is over here, there's probably a tribe here, and there's probably like a tribe here or something, which is going to make the map look really weird if they don't fill in this gap, by the way. It's just going to be this little wart attached to the desert, but whatever. Point is, I don't know what the experience is going to be like there. I'm assuming they're going to go with the gimmick of like there's just going to be a new animal that is like the central like puzzle mechanic, like in the different regions, like the climbing dude, the grapple thing, and then the water dude. Ultimately those are just like exploration mechanics, right? They're not fundamentally that different from like other movement abilities in other regions, like the thing in Chenyville that lets you shoot in a direction, but they're more engaging because they let you like have more control over like what you do in different ways. They're a little bit clunky in some ways, but I'm perfectly fine with them experimenting with like different like movement systems and whatnot. Same thing with character kits too, by the way, where like Mualani and Kinich seem to be a bit clunky because they're doing these different ideas with movement mechanics, notably in the character kits. And I don't wish to criticize their clunkiness that much because I'd rather they try something new and it ends up being a little bit clunky, and that clunkiness is just an aspect you have to be aware of when using the character, rather than saying, "Oh, don't make these characters, don't do new things." Like I don't want MiHoYo to like not try new ideas with their character kits and with their exploration, right? I'd rather it be a little bit clunky and we get something new. So point is, I think they did a really, really good job. It's not 100% positive. There's supposed to be ads on my live streams. Yes, I turn ads off on the live streams where I actually make money from like donations. People don't do donations because I don't really give good encouragement to do donations on my normal live streams. So I like, if I don't do ads on my live streams, I make zero money from them. Like, and I do this for a living. So not streaming specifically, but YouTube. So I don't know. Sorry. I don't. Look. If I get like a couple donations, I might turn off ads. Okay. That's like I turn off ads on the unit review streams because people donate on the unit review streams. I get enough money from donations that I don't feel like I need to have ads on, right? So, anyways, yeah, I don't mind clunky hits too, as long as like it depends on how it's clunky. Like Mualani is a perfectly fine level of clunkiness for me. I do think there's some jankness with her. Like the fact that she sometimes does miss enemies that are like standing still is really weird, and feels kind of broken. But that, in my opinion, doesn't happen most often. And I think most of what people complain about with Mualani missing hits is just people being bad at paying attention to what enemies are doing in the game. Quite frankly, like just pay attention to the enemy movement better. And like I think that's a fun nuance of the kit, of using characters, like having to actually pay attention to what enemies are doing, and it makes Mualani more engaging to play. But there is weird goofiness where she just misses when it doesn't make sense for her to miss. But okay, well, Bernie just gave 5 memberships. Okay, thank you, Len, for the $5 of ad money. Fine, I'll turn off ads. Good lord, I guess. I should have figured as soon as I said that someone would do it, but that wasn't necessarily my intention. But thank you. Here you go. Ads are off. Everyone can say thank you to those two in the chat for earning ad-free for you guys. Alright. There we go. Monetization off. There we go. So yeah. The what was I saying? I'm fine with clunkiness. Both in exploration and character kits. It depends on what exactly the clunkiness is. I think it's clearly refined enough that, you know, it's just a side effect of them trying something new. And some of the problems are just a result of, like, more baseline things in the game that I think they can't really change, right? Like some of the issues with Mualani hitting are issues with, like, the way they have made enemies for the past 4 years. And, like, changing every single enemy to work with specifically Mualani is not simple to do, and has effects on how other characters could interface with the same enemies if they change the enemies, like enemy hitboxes and things. So like I can see why they wouldn't, right? Yeah, I don't think I need to do that yet. Point being, I think it's fine. I actually don't have that much of a problem with it, but it might be a problem to some people. I'm not actually going to end up realistically using this, but it's a 3-star weapon. They're cheap enough. Hopefully I don't have to spend that much more resin on this, though. Anywho's, are you planning to make more Zenless Zone Zero content? Right now, I'm just really enjoying playing Zenless, and I haven't had meaningful content ideas for the game, to be completely honest. I will talk about Zenless briefly, as far as, it's not technically a negative thing right now for version 5.0, by the way, but it is something that I am quite confident will be a negative in the future. So, and it's real, and my pessimism towards basically one of the things that I really want to see MiHoYo try to improve about Genshin, but they seem to continue going down the direction of not bothering improving this aspect of Genshin that me and many players that are long-term players that engage with the combat systems meaningfully would like to see them do. And Zenless basically makes me feel like what they're doing with Genshin is very intentional, and that they will never do any of the things I'm hoping they would do for Genshin. Like Zenless, and my enjoyment of Zenless, and then what has happened with theater, like okay, I guess I'm talking about it now. I was not as negative in the video I made about the theater update as I actually personally felt. It basically didn't change any of my overarching feelings about theater. It is technically better, but it fixed none of the fundamental problems it has. And theater represents the only new endgame content MiHoYo has done in 4 years of this game existing. And it feels completely opposed to what most players like that really like the combat of this game, as far as like endgame combat goes, right? It feels opposed to what most, not all, right? There's a lot of different players of Genshin, but most endgame players of Genshin, how they enjoy playing the game. So that's all I'll say about theater right now. I don't want to get too into the specifics of theater. And then there's Abyss. And I still enjoy Abyss, actually. And to be clear, that's because like Abyss is, once you get to a certain investment, I've played for long enough like that. Like, there's a problem I'm going to discuss in that like they're making Abysses harder. And making the Abysses harder is not inherently a bad thing for me or any other player that's already been playing for a long time, a higher investment player in some form or another. But like thinking about a player that has started playing more recently, right? Like let's say less than a year ago. It takes you, it's going, like the longer the game goes on and as they keep on making Abysses harder, the longer and longer and longer it will take you to catch up to the state of an account like mine, which has been playing for over 2.5 years and will probably continue playing. Like you will basically never catch up, actually, unless you're spending money, right? You can't catch up to a player that's been playing for a long time unless you spend money, because they've been playing longer than you, right? And they have a library of characters that you will never be able to get the 2 years worth of primo gems that I got from playing this game for 2 years straight that got me a lot of the characters I got, right? Like, it's not possible. So like, and they're making Abyss harder, and notably next version, the next version of the game, in version 5.1, so this would be the November Abyss. The October, Abyss is resetting tomorrow. So we're gonna see the 5.0 Abyss cycle tomorrow. But the 5.1 Abyss, for the first time, I actually looked at I looked at the lineup in conjunction with this, but the only reason I looked at it was because the leak was titled like, oh, the Abyss base HP was increased. So the Abyss like level floor 12's HP scaling is like a 250% multiplier on enemy health. So like right now, the Abyss has the second side of Abyss has 2 enemies that will be in the version 5.1 Abyss on October 16th. Unless they change things. This is in beta. They might change things, but they've changed things in the direction of more HP, not lessening it. So it's the same enemies, but they'll be more tanky, basically. And for me, I'm not actually that against it. It will not actually be that hard for me to clear with these enemies being more tanky. But anyways, this dude, as well as this thing, is in the 5.1 Abyss, but it will be harder to clear because they're going to be more tanky. They're increasing the base HP scaling from like 250% at a baseline scaling to 375%. Like, they're meaningfully more tanky. Also, the first chamber instead of Tulpa, which is not that hard to deal with because Pyro is strong. Depends on your account ultimately. Like, you might not have the things to deal with Tulpa. Tulpa might be a challenge for you and not a challenge for other accounts. But there's 2 consecrated beasts in the first chamber. and then chamber 2 is the mechanical plungy thing, and then the golem, and they're all more tanky. Like, I'm going to enjoy that Abyss, I almost assure you. But particularly the consecrated beasts, I love them. I actually think they're one of the better enemies in the game. But MiHoYo is making things more difficult without adding any alternative content, right? That's the core issue to me. They're continuing to make things more and more difficult, transparently, to force you to pull from more characters. And they're releasing more and more strong characters. Xilanen next patch, like, we're not going to get into Xilanen's kit. This is meant to be a Natlan or a 5.0 review, not a 5.1 worried about future of Genshin review. But I'm saying this is part of the 5.0 review because they didn't, I think many people are really, really positive about many of the changes they made in Genshin. They haven't addressed most of the core things that I would say are the fundamental problems I have with the game, such as like 4-star, they made 5 stars easier to get. They increased the rewards slightly, except for 4 stars are exactly the same. That's always, I've had that perspective for a while, that my main issue with the wishing system and my number one issue with playing Genshin long term is how much of a pain in the ass it is to get the 4 stars you want, because they're just complete RNG hell. Anyways, they're releasing Kazuha 2 next patch, and Kazuha 2 is Geo Kazuha, and she's not power creeping Kazuha, but she's another Kazuha, right? And the notable thing there is, one, there's teams where you could pair both of them together. And Xilanen has upsides over Kazuha, and she has downsides. Kazuha still has strengths over Xilanen. Xilanen has strengths over Kazuha. There'll be different teams where one is better than the other. I suspect I will actually use Xilanen more than Kazuha most of the time. But Kazuha will still have his grouping, and Kazuha still has much more damage output for many potential teams than Xilanen does. Xilanen has the ability to do damage, but you basically choose to either use her for more supportive utility, or you can on-field damage dealer her a little bit as an option, but you have to configure the teams differently and her build differently to do that. So you lose some buffing utility basically if you do that. Functionally, she basically is a modal unit where you can do full buffer or full, well, not full, mixed buffer DPS, but like you're losing some buffing. Yeah, her buff uptime is higher, and that buff uptime being higher will make her easier to use and better in a lot of teams as far as like damage output goes. But the notable thing is, like, you couldn't have a Kazuha tier buff before, right? Like you couldn't, where the frick, Kazuha, right? You can't do Kazuha on the first side and second inside of Abyss. You can't use Kazuha in 2 teams. Now you will be able to get a Kazuha tier buff in multiple different teams. And one of them has an up, and depending on what the team exactly is, one of them might be better than the other, and not just the team, but also the situation they're in, because Kazuha's grouping is much better when you need grouping, because there's a bunch of enemies that, you get the point. Kazuha grouping good. Xilanen is power creep by nature, not of being better than Kazuha. I would argue she might be Zhongli power creep because of her healing, but for like, she's a defensive utility and buffing, right? But more buffing than Zhongli. But the notable thing is that, right, we're getting more and more strong buffer options, and I also suspect the Pyro Archon, whenever she releases, probably version 5.3, will be a very strong buffer as well, right? So, like, we'll have Xilanen, Kazuha, Farina, Bennett, Mavuika as, like, direct, very significant, Mavuika's an assumption, as direct, very significant stat buffers in the game, right? And this pushes the game more and more towards, like, I'd say, less of like a reaction mechanical focus and more of just have the strong buffers and have the characters with strong multiplier output, like Arlecchino and Nuvilet, right? Like, accounts that have these strongest characters will not really feel much of a problem. But it's going to push out the them increasing the base HP scaling. It's going to push out the viability of, like, me using Sethos. I like Sethos. He's one of my favorite characters for how they designed him. Like, but he's a little bit undercooked because he's a 4-star DPS. They undercook most of them as far as their damage output. Not undercooked as far as his overall design. I think it's super fun. I really, really like playing this character. I think he's really well designed. But his, like, damage output is just not that significant. And yeah, like actually someone mentioned in chat, like Carry Raiden was, like, C0 Carry Raiden was already not amazing. We're not going to talk about Hyper Raiden. C0 Carry Raiden, or default playstyle that most people, like, build Raiden on Emblem towards, was already not amazing. And like her strengths usually relied on having meaningful, strong other units, like a well-built Xiangling with her, for example. Whether you're doing a national or like a Chevreuse team, whether you're even using Bennett, right? Like Raiden is not a very good hyper carry at C0. So like without her C2, like with her C2, she becomes on the tier of how good many other carries are right now, I would say, are being designed at a baseline. And like that's a C2, man. It's like it's a C2 that only benefits her. It's just like So anyway, she has interesting supportive utility. Raiden will still have relevance. I want to be clear. But there will be many players who will have teams that usually were able to clear Abyss cycles before that will no longer be able to clear Abyss cycles, right? Because they are increasing that minimum bar of that minimum DPS check required to clear. And I consider this a very big negative of Genshin 5.0 onwards. If they don't add meaningful other content to enjoy the characters. Like if they're going to make one form of content harder, that's fine. Give us more content. Like there's so many, I'm not going to get into like, there's not an idea crafting stream for MiHoYo. I know they have plenty of ideas internally. The problem is like, it really, really feels like to me they only implement ideas as far as like endgame combat in particular goes if they're core designed around an idea of how can they make them money. That's what it feels like to me. Like Theater is so restrictive with the leveling requirement and the number of characters requirement because they want you to pull for more characters. They're making Abyss stronger. They're making Abyss more difficult because they want you to pull for more of the characters, right? Like, so, I don't know. I have not seen any indication for them, is my point, and how they are designing things for them to get to the point of designing more combat systems in the game that let us just have fun with the characters, right? We want, because, you just like playing Dehya, and you want to play carry Dehya. I can be very successful in carry Dehya. I'm at a high enough investment level, it's not that hard. But I'll probably do some Abyss stuff later. But like the new increase making the difficulty higher is going to push out my ability to use Dehya. You might say, oh, we'll use her in theater. Like, yes, I can use her in theater when Pyro's in theater, and I won't be able to specifically use the specific team I want, right? Like, and that's what I find really highly engaging about Genshin's like mechanics at a baseline. It is really, really fun to think about the nuance of the layers of interaction. Like, I could spend freaking 30 minutes going over the layers of interaction and how I have configured this team, right? I'm not going to right now, but particularly now that I got Dehya on 4-piece 4 Akashas, I could yap for a while about the layers of synergies in this team. And like, you can do that with a lot of different characters. It's like, team building is really engaging in Genshin, and Theater doesn't let you do team building, right? Theater is just embrace the RNG and it can be fun. Like, I think Theater can be fun, but my point is they need to add more content. If they're going to make Spyro Abyss harder, add other things to use our characters in, so that, if I want to use my Sethos, if I want to use my Dehya, if I want to use the characters I like, I still have content that I can have fun with them in. That isn't just the like one-time overworld content of the local legends, and I don't really love how they're designing most of the local legends either. Like, everything I've seen for them as far as they've been doing as far as combat, endgame combat goes, whether it be local legends, Abyss, or Theater, has not been in line with, I think, what is enjoyable about the game. And I think there is some core design mistakes that MiHoYo has made as time has gone on that have resulted in the game being in this state to some degree, but I also think it's just them not wanting to implement things that don't obviously make them money, or they don't want to risk implementing things that could make them lose some money. And I think that's stupid because, if you don't have mechanisms that engage your long-term players meaningfully, they stop spending money. The only reason I spend any money in this game is because I'm a content creator and I can make money by spending money. Otherwise, I would not be spending any money in this game. Like, I stopped spending money in the game like after my first year of play, for other than like Welkins, for a very long period of time. And that's not what MiHoYo wants. MiHoYo wants me to spend $300 a banner, right? So for the people that can afford it. They're trying to incentivize the whales and whatever. So, my point is that's the most negative thing I feel about 5.0, because they didn't do anything. They did nothing. Like, you could argue that theater, them changing theater a little bit was something, but it didn't fix any of the core issues I have with theater. And like, theater can be a fun option if they also add more content that actually is fun. Like, I can't, like, this I think was supposed to be their attempt at a roguelite mode in Genshin, and it just was really bad, in my opinion. They could easily add like endless like content that is like actually roguelite. There's so many ideas they could do. And they don't have to be recurring things, by the way. I'm not talking like, I need more primo gem sources. That's not what I'm talking about. Some people might think that. I'm like if they implemented these, I'm completely fine with them having one-time clear rewards, and then that's fine. Also, as far as Abyss goes, if they're going to increase the difficulty of Abyss, as far as like the base HP scaling kind of thing, I think what they should do is like not increase the base scaling, because like I don't mind having like the option to have a harder Abyss, but it should be an option, right? So it doesn't force out like less viable teams from being able to clear the content. Like doesn't make it so people can't use the characters they were able to use before. And like why don't they have something like after you 36-star Abyss, you unlock a system that lets you change the base HP scaling, right? So I could have the 375% base HP scaling, or other interesting modifiers that could be going on. Hopefully more than just make them more tanky, right? That would be boring on its own. But there's all kinds of things they could do, right? Like an optional mode to go through the Abyss floor 12 again, or whatever floor, but with new modifiers. But no, instead they just make it harder to clear at a baseline. Yeah, endless Abyss for fun, yeah, could be cool too. Like, there's so many things they could do, and it frustrates me because like they don't seem like they're that hard to implement, but it feels like they just don't want to implement them because it might lose them a couple dollars. It might lose them a couple $1 million. Like, and oh no, we can't make a couple $1 million less when we're making $1 billion a year. That's a travesty. Like $1 million seems like a lot, but the scale of the amount of money MiHoYo is making, it's not. And to be clear, the game is expensive to make too. Like, I do maintain my perspective that like MiHoYo is the only gacha dev that puts enough money into their games. Like, they make their games high enough quality to justify their predatory monetization system. I just think they go too far with many of their structures. Still, I don't think they have the perfect balance. Zenless is the closest I've seen of gacha game with the perfect balance right now. I don't know. That remains to be seen long term. It's a very asterisk statement, but anyways. But like MiHoYo would survive making a couple million less dollars, right? So like MiHoYo, if you're listening, add new content. Not, but add new content. Don't be afraid of it losing you a little bit of money, because guess what? It might actually make you gain more money because it will keep players engaged longer. And if players are engaged longer, like, because if players are not engaged, if they stop playing the game, they're not going to spend money, right? I don't know. I feel like it's a weird strategy to be. It feels like they're antagonistic in a sense to the idea of adding more meaningful things to do for the endgame combat content in the game. So, anyways, and again, the combat is not the only feature of this game, obviously. I already talked about, just in case you joined recently, I already talked about how good I feel like the Natlan design and exploration was. I think it was really great. But they haven't improved many of the core issues that I have felt as a long-term player. And that leaves me in a state of like, I can't help but feel a little bit dissatisfied, in some sense, when I see no path forward based on how their current actions have been for how they've been doing things, right? Oh, I need these apparently. So, anyways, yeah. There's my yap about, I think, the most negative thing about 5.0, which is more just, it's just a lack of things that I wish they had done. As far as positive things go, you know, I obviously made a video criticizing the sanctifying elixirs, by the way. I think some people missed the point in that video, in that I tried to be very specific in that video multiple times, emphasizing that this was the problem with the sanctifying elixir system. This putting leveled artifacts into one elixir per patch is not very worthwhile. I think it can be worthwhile. I might do a video of doing a daily artifact farming route, because there's a limit on how many artifacts you can farm. That's like the daily artifact farming, like a daily artifact farming route is like the sparkly whatever things you see right in like boxes or whatever. There's nothing I think near here, but you can get a set amount of XP per day. And I think functionally, if you do a full artifact farming route for a week, which if I can find one that takes like less than 10 minutes per day, right, that would be, you know, like an hour of time investment. You could do like a daily artifact farming route just for the specific purpose of trying to get this. That's probably the main thing I missed that I didn't think about in that video. The problem is though, you can't just straight put those 1 and 2 star artifacts into it. You still need to like level a bunch of freaking 5-star artifacts that could have been used for strongbox. You need to level them to level 4 to see, like you need to keep trash artifacts leveled to 4, artifacts you could have used for strongbox, or artifacts that need to be leveled past 4. Like I still think a lot of people are probably feeding things into this that should not be fed into it, right? Like they'll feed artifacts like this one, for example, into this thing. Like I'm not gonna feed this one into it. This could be a good piece I might need in the future. So why do you think Genshin is forced to make improvements? Because if if the game stagnates, like people will eventually just stop playing. I don't know. like we want things to be better. I don't know. And like if they don't make improvements, it doesn't make, like particularly the people that spend money, it doesn't make me feel like I've gotten value for the money I've given them, right? So anyways, like the XP conversion to elixirs is really bad. Go watch the video if you want. I still stand by it, but the only thing I missed was like the daily artifact route. If you spend the time on it, which I don't think most players will want to, but if you do, it could be worthwhile, right? Depending on the exact state of your account, it could be worthwhile. Like on polearms only, I haven't actually done it yet on polearms only because I don't think I actually have enough XP, because I've actually gotten enough artifacts to level. I've gotten more artifacts that I've wanted to level, even on polearms only, where I get many fewer artifacts that are relevant. You know, I actually probably can now, and I probably will do it on polearms only because I'm so hyper invested and I only do polearm units that I have a bunch of spare XP. Whereas on this account, I have so many artifacts I need to level up. You can't see the level 0 artifacts. I have so many artifacts I need to level up that the XP is extremely more valuable for me to level up existing artifacts than it is to get towards one chance at maybe a good artifact. Like, it's so wasteful XP wise, and I encourage people not to do this very much because like it can put, if you do this too much, it can put your account behind progression wise over time. Doing it once isn't going to kill your account, obviously, but if you like prioritize like feeding all your XP into this for like a year straight versus leveling the artifacts that you probably, or throwing away artifacts that you maybe should have been leveling up because they could have been usable, and you just might not have realized they could have been usable or whatever reason, like you can put your account very behind. But yeah, the one-time rewards though, these are a positive change to the game, right? And so the one-time rewards, it seems to be that their structure for it is that in total across 5 point, like all this year of patches, my guess is that they will probably release, like they'll probably give us one more during Lantern, right? So we'll say 2 per year for one-time anniversary rewards. And then there's one for each tribe of Natlan, and if you go to like the reputation quest screen, you can see there's 6 tribes, so there should be, there's 3 of them right now, right, that you can get through exploration from the ring things. And I also really like that they did like 5-star artifacts in those rooms too. That was a really nice little thing. And anyways, 6 from exploration, I assume, between probably now and version 5.3. And I do not know when they do, you know, the Chenyu Veil equivalent of the 5.x patches, if they're going to do an elixir there. But I'm going to assume 6 at a baseline, plus 5 from the sigil turn-in, so that's 11, plus the 2 from anniversary and lantern, right? I'm guessing. So that puts us at like 13, I'd say, at a baseline per year is the minimum I suspect for one-time rewards. I cannot speak Chinese. I'm not against the idea of studying it in the future, but I can tell you the tonality of Chinese, Mandarin Cantonese. I shouldn't say Chinese, right? The tonality of Mandarin Cantonese would make it very, very hard for me, I think, to try to acquire. So, anyways, will I try to 100% the rest of the map? I don't know, maybe. I do want to like live stream more. I haven't live streamed a little bit lately just because I've been a little bit sick, and also I've been, you know, busy doing videos that apparently weren't worth the time making an edited video for, but oh well. So I don't know, maybe. I might work on like clearing out more for live stream content, but summer event will also have them. Yeah, it might be. I'm just saying 13 at a minimum is what I suspect. And then if you buy the battle pass, of course, you do have an additional recurring source of them at level, what is it, 20? Yeah, 26. You get one. So that would be a meaningful amount more. And like those are basically the sources I think that it makes sense to use these for. And what artifacts you should use them on is highly dependent on your account. I think a lot of people might lean towards goblets too quickly. I've played on enough Genshin accounts that I know that like getting goblets that are good in some form, like are good enough, will happen eventually. And needing 4 of these things to get a goblet, and then the goblet might roll poorly, like, is not great. Versus, you know, you with the amount that you can spend on a goblet, you can get 2 timepieces, right? And if you're getting 2 timepieces that are double crit timepieces, you have 2 chances they roll well. And this ultimately depends on what your timepiece looks like. It depends on what your circlet situation looks like. Depending on what your goblet situation looks like. But across all of the Genshin accounts I have played for, you know, a year plus on all of them, you know, over 2.5 years for 2 of them, and over about a year on one of them, right? I have seen the statistical trend of how like the artifact quality increases over time, and you get usable enough goblets, even if they're not like, oh my god, 50 CV, 40 CV, oh my god, like they have enough relevant stats on them that they're compelling, and you should just use an offset goblet and then get more chances for good artifacts, because like ultimately how valuable of a thing you can get from this is going to be dependent on substat rolls, right? Just having crit rate, crit damage at a baseline is not necessarily that amazing. So anyways, I think for most accounts, it's likely that timepieces or circlets will be the most valuable. The reason circlets could be valuable is because they could still roll poorly, but so much of the value of a circlet comes from the crit main stat, such that if you choose crit main stat and then choose, you know, crit rate, crit damage main stat, and then ER crit rate substat, right? Even if it rolls, you know, 3 times into defense and only 1 time into crit rate, you still that's still a very high amount of crit value from 1 artifact because it's a circlet. So like you still get some guaranteed value from the main stat that you get less relative guaranteed value from other pieces potentially. So yeah, I think goblets are too expensive. Tread with caution. Like, they can be very valuable. It really depends on your situation. Like if I was bent on trying to maximize my Navia, for example, I currently have a onset goblet on my Navia, and it's a pretty decent onset goblet. But I don't actually think I need the ER rolls on my Navia, so it's because of the fact that I have enough ER elsewise. I think it's right. But like, this could be a meaningful improvement to my Navia build, but at the same time, it's probably more smart to just stick with this goblet that's like decent enough, and then probably try to get an onset timepiece, I suspect, because I could get 2 onset timepieces, right? I'm not going to, because I think for me, I will probably try to improve my Navia build through Strongbox, because with flowers and feathers, because that's actually the main pieces I can improve for my Navia. But anyways, who am I going to use it on? So I've used 4 of them already. I used one of them. I cut this from the exploration video because the video was already long. But I got this, which it was a 3-line. I chose the ER double crit for Vorakasha's Dehya. And the Vorakasha's Dehya I don't necessarily recommend going for. I did it because I might mess around with this later. But I did it because I got a good circlet from Strongbox. And that means all I needed was an ER timepiece. And to make for a really good board. Well, okay, so I have to tweak around the build for different artifacts depending on the exact team configuration because her ER needs will vary. But, you know, I have a very good War Cautious Dehya build for, and I can use her solo pyro now. Particularly if I switch to this, which is necessary sometimes because, you know, a little bit more ER. And I might be strongboxing a little bit more for even more pieces to have more options also. This is only because of the theater buff right now, but my Dehya has 46,900, 46900 HP exactly with this artifact. But anyways, I used it on this. It triple minimum roll crit damage, which is sad. But then the fourth line rolled into attack percent and did 2 rolls of attack percent. So the actual overall stat value of this ER piece for Dehya is actually very, very high. Especially because of the fact that I have tended towards playing Dehya recently, carried Dehya. This is the, I played like Mono Pyro carried Dehya a little bit, and I played some Babe Dehya teams for the fun of it a while ago. But this team format, where Emily, by the way, is easily replaceable with Nahida. Emily is, I think, the most fun one for me. But this team of Farina, Sigewinne, Dehya, and then I also have tested with Kazuha since putting her on board cautiously, and I might show that later. You might be surprised how, with Sigewinne's skill damage buff, and how invested of a build I have now on Dehya, how high of damage I can get from her skill. Like, it's not a very high multiplier, but I can get some pretty significant damage. So, anyways, you can't speak English. I mean, you're definitely using some English, so you can speak some English. But the mathematical chances of getting a good goblet. Okay, this is where like I really disagree with I forgot who it was that did this. Like he used this as a comparison to like justify. This is where the like he used like, oh, the statistical chance of getting an onset goblet is 1 in billions. But like, you don't just farm for an onset goblet. You should never be at a state where you're farming just for an onset goblet. So like drawing a comparison that like Force Sanctifying Elixirs has the value of 800,000 resin because of the fact if you draw the line of like how much resin it would take you to get an equivalent goblet from farming is weird because it ignores the fact that that resin gets you other things, and it ignores the fact that you could have more chances of getting something valuable. Like you need to like balance the risk and reward, and like Sanctifying Elixirs are a limited resource. Do not consider them a thing you have. I win to lose. Yeah, I think he was the one that did. Like, I think that was a mistake on his part. But whatever. I made my video about it. I said my shtick. If people make mistakes about it, it's their problem. Is all I can say. Like as far as like fixing accounts goes in the future, I might have to add like a thing in my account fixing forum. Like I just might not be willing to fix people's accounts if people have made too many mistakes with elixirs, notably if they have dumped a ton of XP into them. Because like if someone has played this game for a year and just dumped XP into the artifact elixir thing for a year straight, I just don't want to bother fixing their account, quite frankly. Like you have put your account too far behind that I don't think it would be enjoyable. The only way to fix your account at that point is to farm a long time. And I don't like making account fixing videos where the focus is, you need to farm to fix things, right? Also, in regards to like the power creep of Abyss, I'm probably going to have a policy moving forward in my content to not have fully clearing Abyss be the metric for success anymore. It's just going to be whether or not I enjoy something. It is probably what it's going to be, and not if it can actually clear, because I think getting too focused on like the ability to fully clear Abyss as they keep on making Abyss harder and not offering any other content in the game is going to be an unhealthy perspective for the average player. So anyways, but yeah, you can get random offset goblets from various artifact domains while you farm. Yes, Vincent, exactly. You can get it from Strongbox. You will get the various off-piece artifacts. Like what value, for example, would it be for me? Like think about like my Vor Cautious Dehya build, where like, yes, I could switch to because like the ideal for me would probably be switching to either give me the option to switch to a different flower that has more ER in cases where I might need more ER for my Vor Cautious Dehya, would be the value of getting an on-site goblet, or being able to switch to a better timepiece. So, for example, I think the best ER timepiece I have in the account is on Sethos. I think this is a ridiculously cracked ER timepiece, obviously. I could use that on Dehya instead. That would be cool. But I have this Pyro Goblet. I'm not saying you have this Pyro Goblet, obviously. But I also have other Pyro Goblets. Like, I have this Pyro Goblet. I also have this one. And, like, have I gotten a bit lucky with Pyro Goblets? Yeah. I think I've gotten luckier with Pyro Goblets than I have with some other goblets. Like, I've gotten luckier with Pyro Goblets than I have Electro Goblets. I still have, like, decent options for Electro Goblets. Like, this is much better than you would expect. But, like, it's not that hard to get goblets. Like, this is a really, really good goblet that some people might think is bad because, ooh, it's only 25 crit value. So, and like, yeah, my Hydra goblets, I don't, no, I think I have one Hydra goblet that's over like 30 CV. So, like, maybe for a Hydra unit, I could use it. But, like, my Hydra goblets are also still definitely good enough that it's not really worth the risk for 4 elixirs versus, like, just using it for a timepiece. Like, and to be clear, the timepieces could roll poorly, too. I could get 2 timepieces and they could both roll poorly. It do be how RNG substat rolls go. But at least I have 2 chances for things that roll well versus 1 chance. But yeah, like it would not improve my the risk, the cost of 4 elixirs for like making an onset goblet for Dehya would be only really valuable, I'd say, if I have a heavy need to like use this Pyro Goblet on a different Pyro DPS while leaving Dehya on a like permanent build and never having to switch anything around, right? Like that's probably who the goblets are most valuable for the people that want to, every character they build, they want to put artifacts on them and never ever touch the artifacts ever again. Which, in my opinion, is a bad mindset to have as far as approach to artifacts. You should just be willing to and play inventory impact and switch around artifacts a bit, because one, like what artifacts are like best and what build is best is going to vary quite significantly if you're using slightly different teams and potentially even the situation the enemies you're fighting against. But ultimately that depends on the artifacts you have because it's RNG. And notably though, I think that's what Mihoyo wants you to do, because that forces you more into their game loop of forcing you to farm for eternity. Whereas like if you're open to the idea of using different things and swapping around your artifacts more, you will have to farm much less. And like the insanity of like misery of like it feeling like it takes forever to get a competent build will feel much less bad if you're willing to swap artifacts around. Yeah, ER, yeah, you had to switch your artifacts for like ER. Like you're probably gonna have to switch your artifacts anyways, right? Even if you get a permanent build. Like it's not actually possible to have a 100% universal build unless you just, you know, I don't know. Like I do have a universal Farina build that I tend to leave her on because, you know, this is not it, by the way. This is a healing build. But, you know, I have a 4-piece golden troop build that with Farina on Fav that has like 270 ER, like 60 crit rate, 150 crit damage. And that's good enough. It's more than good enough. Particularly because I have C2. Like, I'm perfectly fine with her being powered down, even in like double Hydro where she doesn't need anywhere near that much ER. I'm still fine with it most of the time because of the fact that I have C2. Like, it increases her damage enough that it's just like, doesn't matter. But also just strong characters in general, it's not that important to like be hellbent on min-maxing their stats, other than energy recharge. So like the only true way to get a universal build is a ton of ER. But most people don't do that. So, you know, anyways. Someone who wants to get permanent builds, like if I wanted to get my Dehya on a permanent Voracaush's build that I never changed her off of, and therefore I might want to like have this because I probably would want this goblet available for other characters in the future. You know, maybe that would be the value reason of getting Voracaush's a goblet. But it still would be a big ass asterisk. Of it would have to roll pretty damn well. Like it'd have to roll like 30 CV, I think, plus, and hopefully has attack percent ER substat EM for as well, right? In order to actually make it worthwhile. Like if it rolls double crit, double def, and 3 rolls into def, that was just a waste of 4 elixirs, right? And that, by the way, that's actually what happened. So the other elixirs I used, I wanted to, so my emblem artifacts are in a state where like I don't really need to farm emblem more, in my opinion. But notably, I don't have a crit damage circlet that has crit rate substat in emblem. And I've had situations where I definitely wanted it. And I was considering using the elixir I had for the circlet, but what I decided to do first is actually do a timepiece, because my hybrid riding, without getting into hybrid riding much, obviously this timepiece, this is still better than you would expect, because this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant lines of stats on a timepiece. Is very good. This is a very good artifact, but I don't necessarily like if I remove the crit rate completely for it, go down to 76% crit rate and add crit damage on this piece, I would be fine with that. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do an EM main stat with ER and crit damage as the choice, because I need ER on my EM timepiece for my emblem riding build based on the stats I have in my other pieces. And anyways, I threw it away already, but it was a 4-line I got. It rolled, so the choice stats were crit damage, ER, it was a 4-line, and then flat def and def percent. And leveled it up, 3 flat def, 1 minimum crit damage roll, 1 ER roll. So, and if that flat def was attack percent, it would have been better than this piece. And it would have, or if it rolled more into ER, would have given me more freedom to switch to a circlet with less ER than this. That's part of the reason I did that first. So I thought it made more sense to try to see what I would get from a timepiece first, and then try to get a circlet in the future. Since I don't need a circlet now. But it's like, it wouldn't make or break my build regardless or anything. It's just like, it was an improvement I saw I could make, and I couldn't foresee myself farming more emblem in the future, and I could get meaningful value from that. Right, so it made sense for me. Anyways. But I got unlucky. And that's fine, because it's RNG. The reason I was more willing to take the risk with the timepieces there was because of the fact that it costs less elixirs, I still got 2 elixirs left, right? I can still, next patch, I could do another EM timepiece if I want, or I could, when I get the one in the mail for the anniversary, I think next week, I could use that, right, and make a circlet still, so it's fine. But you just gotta be smart with them. And if you're smart with them, I think they're a very positive change to the game. I do think it's a change they partially made, mostly just because they, again, are making the in-game combat harder, so they are minorly changing things. It doesn't really significantly change the experience of farming, because like they're rare enough that they're only valuable to use once you have like farmed a shit ton anyways, like you already have a really good build. I don't think they make sense to use like right away. Like, I think some people will fall into the trap of like using them for a goblet right away and then farming for a character. Like, no, you should farm your artifacts for your character, and then because once you get your artifacts for your character, you will then figure out where you have the most need, where you could get the most value from spending the elixirs in a piece, right? So, anyways, you probably have double the amount of really good timepieces than goblets. So an on-site goblet allows you to use one of your timepieces with good or even better rolls. You can get twice the amount of timepieces for the elixirs, though. like they're just, it's just stats. Like I don't know, whatever. I'm done talking about the elixirs. Use them on whatever the f you want to use them on. It's your goddamn account, okay? I'm kind of sick of talking about the elixirs at this point. They're a good change to the game. I don't recommend dumping XP into the transmuter per patch. But if you do have them, however you get them, be smart at using them. That's all I'm encouraging. Look at the state of your account. Decide what makes sense for you. If you feel it makes sense for a goblet for you, do it then. But think about it. Don't just do it because you saw Iwin Deleuze say, it's equivalent to 5 billion resin. That's a false argument. Like people think like people use statistics all the time that are like, yes, that is not wrong technically, but the argument doesn't actually make sense because you're ignoring all the other aspects of things. So anyways, use them on whatever you want, but evaluate them based on your account because it really depends on your account. And they're a good change to the game as long as you know what you're doing. And the main problem is like if you don't know what you're doing, they could actually negatively affect your account if you dump XP into them specifically. Otherwise, they're not going. If you don't dump XP into the thing, you're probably fine. They won't negatively affect your account, right? That's why I made that video. So, anyways, I don't have that many artifacts. People say you should farm Emblem or Deepwood since I use Dendro, but I don't know what to farm first. I mean, yeah, if you're using if you want to use some Dendro teams, yes, Deepwood, getting a decent amount of Deepwood pieces is probably a priority. This is just a good domain. You probably won't spend that much time in the domain itself, just enough to get like your units that make sense on Deepwood to have decent Deepwood pieces. This is mostly a supportive set. You usually don't care as much about crit on it. Crit can be valuable on some units, like on Nahida, Emily, whatever. And this is a pretty generically useful 2-piece set in many cases, and a good 4-piece bonus if you happen to get good enough artifacts for it. I don't think for most people it would be worth farming this domain to the point of getting a really good 4-piece Gilded Dream set. I think it would make more sense just to get a good options for Deepwood Memories, and you happen to get good Gilded Dreams pieces with it. And if you have a character that really makes sense for 4-piece Gilded Dreams in the future, you can get more through Strongbox. So like I would say the priority like for a newer player that needs to build up their artifacts is like if you're doing Dendro things, this domain for a little while should be your priority. And Strongbox is the factor of like, you know, it depends. Emblem is hard to recommend nowadays. Like it depends. 4-piece Shimonels is not very relevant except in specific cases. But 2-piece Shimonels is 2-piece attack. I am very much a recommender of 2-piece attack, right? Like, if I can make non-crit Arlecchino work and clear the Abyss, yes, she's a strong character. But, like, my point is, like, 2-piece versus, like, a 4-piece bonus. Even when you're comparing, like 2-piece on my Mualani, for example. Like, the 4-piece bonus, the new... Where the frick are you, lady? Did I not star her? Or did I just miss her? All right. Like the 4-piece, so I have 2-piece EM, 2-piece, 4-piece, 2-piece EM, 2-piece HP. Like these artifacts, like most people would probably not consider them that insane, right? But it is actually incredibly hard for me to get to the point of having a 4-piece Obsidian Codex that meaningfully beats my 2-piece combos to the point that I would say it's worth it to farm for. Like, I do not think it's actually worth it for me to farm these artifacts for Mualani specifically, because my 2-piece combos are more than good enough to clear the content. Will it continue to be good enough as, you know, they make Abysses harder? Most likely, probably. Why? Because Mualani is just a strong enough character to baseline that I don't think it'll be necessary. But, like, I do have like the ability to do 4-piece Obsidian Codex, I think, on Mualani right now. And it might be interesting actually to go into the Genshin damage calculator and check what my average damage is on the artifacts I have available, with different weapons that I don't have leveled up in particular. Even with like this circlet is probably the worst piece I have right now. But like I have some weird options in particular for my Codex build on Mualani because I could actually do a one of the things I've mentioned about like Codex and Sacrificial Jade on Mualani is that turning crit rate into a dead stat gives you much more freedom to prioritize other stats, such as HP % and ER, EM, right? And notably, those are more common than crit rate. So like this is the ideal artifact, an example of a potential ideal artifact for Mualani with Sacrificial Jade, because HP and crit damage are the most meaningful for her damage. But ER is valuable if it gets me to a point of bursting consistently. And I do happen to actually have a bunch of pieces. Like, yes, the 2 crit rate rolls are dead here, but I still have 2 HP rolls and a crit damage roll and 3 ER rolls there. And I happen to have gotten the timepiece that rolled 4 times into ER. And I also have a goblet that could be better. I have this Hydro Goblet I can use that has a bunch of ER. And then if I get a circlet that has some HP and ER, actually I already have a circlet that has ER. Like I have enough ER in my freaking pieces that I could actually, I'm quite confident I could actually have a build that bursts consistently. on Codex, and that's a valuable thing, right? These new artifacts, my point with this is it lets you build your characters easier. But if you get to the point of having a build like I do in a 2-piece build, where like one of the main selling points of the new artifacts is it gives a bunch more crit rate. For me, functionally, it would give me 7.5% more crit rate by maxing out my crit rate. And then anything else it's beneficial for would be necessitated on me having enough substats that make it give me more substats than I get from 2-piece bonus, right? And notably, for me, that would mean needing a lot of HP percent, crit damage, or EM substats in Codex, such that like it's not easy for me to get a better set in this than 2-piece. Despite the fact that if you were going to go into spreadsheet and, you know, put equivalent stats down or whatever, you would see, you know, because the crit rate is very valuable, you would see, you know, oh, the new set is just obviously the correct choice because it's like 15% better. Except it's 15% better if I can get the artifacts for it. Regardless of what weapon I choose, I have to farm forever for it. Like, is it actually worth it to farm, right? And that depends on your existing artifacts. So, anyway, she does so much damage with Obsidian Codex. She does so much damage with my 2-piece combo. She would do less damage with my current Obsidian Codex, but she would be able to burst more. So like my current Obsidian Codex might be similar-ish as far as average damage, but I would see less of a big number right now. Yada yada, yap yap. It's a good artifact set if you're, in particular, if you're starting from nothing, right? So you have to compare to what you have currently. And I recommend 2-piece artifacts oftentimes because of the fact that if you use your existing 2-piece artifacts, it means you don't have to spend a shit ton of resin farming. It's still potentially worth farming these artifacts, by the way. Like, I'm farming these artifacts not just for Mualani. I'm farming them for, like, DPS Kachina, DPS Zylanen. I might get Kinich, right? So, like, I'm farming them for other characters, too. And if you're farming, that's when you should be farming domains. If you're farming for multiple characters at a time, that's when you should be farming for domains. And that makes, in my opinion, the domains that make sense farming for, it's basically just the version 0.0 domains. So that's Deepwood for Dendro-related things. This domain for, you know, assuming you're going to get Farina eventually, or you have Farina already. This artifact set is ridiculous, and Farina pretty much enables it on any on-fielder in the game. And then this is also extremely good for mini characters, including as a 2-piece bonus. So, you know, this domain is worth to squat in for eternity. Emblem is like very iffy. It can be valuable to spend some resonant because, you know, the likes of Xiangling, Xingqiu, Yelan, Raiden exist, but Beidou, like getting good options for 2-piece emblem especially, but also just 4-piece emblem is quite important. Like, when you want 4-piece emblem, it's really, really nice to have a bunch of emblem artifacts, right? So, as far as 5.0 goes, how does farming the new domain come into the equation? If you're farming, if you plan on pulling for Natlan units, the new domain is multiple Natlan units. If you're planning to, then it makes sense, probably. Is what it ultimately is. But Mara Sussi's Golden Troop, I would say, is probably the most, right now, the most universally valuable domain to farm by default. But it depends on the characters you're building right now, that you're planning to build, yada yada. So, yep. Yeah, once you build up your artifact library, a weird thing happens where, like, it becomes really hard for it to actually make sense to decide to farm for new artifacts, right? Like, I do not actually think it makes sense for me to farm for the new artifacts. I'm just doing it anyways because they'll be the best way for me to do silly things with videos, right? So, you know. Anyways. Should you build Dehya for Nubilat specifically? Probably 4-piece instructors. So, and probably with Dendro in the team, to be clear, because Nubilat can get some vapes. When is Frida getting a rerun? Who knows? She reran a couple months ago, or a month ago. I don't know. She reran not very long ago, so I wouldn't expect Frida to come back anytime soon. But by the way, like them releasing the likes of Zylonen and likely Mavuika, I suspect being a buffer in some form either, or maybe Pyro Traveler. Maybe that's why there's Pyro Traveler. That would be nice. But them giving us more and more options for strong buffing units gives less and less need for any individual buffing unit, right? And that's why, like, I do consider Farina probably the best unit in the game for a large number of reasons without getting the nuance of her kit. But, like, that doesn't mean she's a must-pull. It just means she's probably going to be very valuable for many, because she can do a lot for many different teams, right? And she does a lot that's unique to her. But there's a spin crystal behind the forge. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Nice. Yoink. Number 4. So, anyways, like I feel like Farina's probably the best character in the game right now. But she's not a must pull, and the more strong, buffing units in particular that they release, the less and less need there is to need anyone in particular. I think that's important to keep in mind, and that is a valuable thing about them releasing more buffing units, even if it is, a form of power creep, and they increase, the difficulty of Abyss because of the fact that they keep releasing stronger and stronger characters. I don't know, so many players don't care about Abyss as a goal marker already, and them making it harder without adding any alternative content that we can play, do endgame combat things in, that gives reason to farm as much as we feel we have a need to farm for whatever to make characters usable. Just as that's why I'm not going to use Abyss, I think, as a goal line for the future. So anyways, Zylonen C2 looks ridiculous. I so badly wish Zylonen C2 was in her base kit and then her res shred was C2, right? She would be a bit more interesting of a character at a baseline. She'd probably be weaker, by the way, if she had her C2 in her base kit and res shred was in C2. But she'd be a more unique character that would be more interesting to think about in an individual team, and would have more differentiation than just being Geo Kazuha, basically, as far as her buffs go. Geo Kazuha, but heals, and doesn't have grouping, or off-field damage. So, anyways, because, and the reason for that is I really want Zylonen C2, not because of the buffs for Cryo, Hydro, Geo, or Pyro units. Those are all just, varying degrees of potentially strong, to be clear. But, all those would actively annoy me, because if I used Zylonen C2 in a video, I would feel the need to power down my units to balance having Zylonen C2. And I will probably do that if I get Zylonen C2. The reason I want Zylonen C2 is the one that people think is underwhelming, is the one that benefits Electro units, which is that now it refunds 25 energy and reduced burst cooldown of Electro units by 6 seconds. Which is bonkers. I think people are underestimating how, I could conceive of many fun teams that have new ways of being played that is intensely fun, and characters can be used in different ways just by Zylonen C2 existing for reducing burst cooldown. Doing silly things like being able to you'll be able to do 2 bursts per rotation, right? And Kaching will have a 6-second burst reduction, which means you can do 2 bursts per rotation on Kaching, right? And notably, it'll also have an effect of making reducing burst cooldown, and how she does will make Electro, certain teams have better adaptability, I would say. Think about the Abyss cycle, where there was the new waves of enemies that really wanted you to be able to adapt to new waves really well to clear it fast. That could be very valuable for that, but more just on a feel level, it would change how characters feel to play, right? By letting you use your burst more. It's a very unique ability. Like, and yes, Raiden C6 reduces burst cooldown. That's a C6, and it also requires Raiden to be on field to do it, and it doesn't benefit herself. Xilan C2, to be clear, is only reducing burst cooldown for Electro units, which does restrict the utility of it a little bit potentially. That it might actually not be as relevant as I'm hoping it would be, or as not as relevant. I should use as fun as I'm hoping it would be. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Zenless C2 right now. Point is, I want it because that burst cooldown reduction is exactly the kind of thing I would love messing around with and having fun with. But I also really don't love the idea of having to like manually power down all of my characters just because I have Zenless and C2 for my videos. It sounds so annoying. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. What else is there to talk about in Natlan? Also, I never finished leveling up the stupid bow. That's why I came to Monza, I think. Oh yeah, I needed these. What else is it? What else? Oh, I don't think I talked about the story. So I haven't completed the Archon quest yet. So I'm not going to say much about the story. Other than the I did the first part. I think it was quite bad. Yeah, but you pull for the constellation just not to use it, like stop powering down your units. Minkus. It's my account. And they're my videos. Yes, I can abuse them if I want to. But the conjunction of how many like high investments on things I have oftentimes makes things really unapproachable. And that's why like I say when I think things are unapproachable or they're not unapproachable. Because people don't have most players I think don't have a good way of gauging when they're watching my videos how much effect one thing is having or not. And like I powered down my Farina because I don't think she needs to do more damage. I care about her non-doing more damage aspects to her C2, right? Like, most of my problem with like the powering down would not be as much of a problem if I wasn't a content creator. I still would like the ability, even if I wasn't a content creator, I would still like the ability to turn off constellations. Because there are times where they actively interfere with the ability to do something. Obviously, the simple example would be like Bennett C6. I still consider Bennett C6 my favorite constellation in the game. It's super fun. But there are potential reasons I want to turn it off on the simplest level. And stuff like Xilan and C2 is also the same way. For the reason, it's a simple reason being of, if you were trying to have think about trying to have a conversation with someone about, like if I'm trying to talk to someone about, like, team building in Genshin and, like, recommending a team option, like, hey, use Xilan for this, and like, here, I'll send you a clip of me using my Xilan in this team to see, so I can provide this to you to see if it's worth it for you to, like, pull for Xilan. But then that footage is using Xilan in C2, and and like, you don't power it down. Like, even if you're not a content creator, you're trying to have a, you know, talk with someone and like use your experience of this character to give advice to someone else in conversation. Like, but you can't turn it off. You can't actually, like, unless you try to power it down manually, because you can't turn it off, you can't actually meaningfully relate to the experience of using a C0 Xilan if you just immediately get C2 Xilan, right? And only use C2 Xilan, right? Unless you try to power it down. So, anyways. Point is, constellations do have an effect. How much really depends. Xilan C2 having a very significant supportive buff is a fairly significant constellation. That would definitely have an effect. And it would be really annoying to have to power down, is ultimately all it is. If I wind up getting it, it'll just be a situation like Farina for me. And to be clear, like, Farina I feel much less bad about using so often because I've been trying to remember to say this in videos sometimes, but I didn't spend any money to get this. No money. I just didn't really wish for like 8 months. This was it was before I was doing the stupid videos I was making and like for wishing. Like, they didn't release enough characters that I actually wanted. Like, I pulled for like just characters I wanted. And I had a lot of wishes, and I managed to get her C2 without spending any money. So, like, you know, but the problem is, like, I have a conjunction if I'm doing C2 Farina and C2 Nahida and using signature weapons that I have. Like, I only have Farina's signature weapon because someone pooped money on me during Sigewinne's banner. Not poop money, poop Prima gems on me. I'm very glad they did that, by the way. Like, I forgot their name. I'm sorry, whoever you were, if you're watching. I would feel like I was so wrong. Like, the main reason being is, like, how much I enjoy it. Like, Sigewinne is actually the missing factor to enabling me to have a team that I really, really love playing carry Dehya in. And that is just not something I considered before her release. It's the number one thing I love about Sigewinne, is how she is the missing piece in making full use of Dehya's kit, is what it feels like to me. Notably in that, like, one of the valuable things about Dehya's kit, as far as playing her for her carry playstyle with her burst, is that she has a short duration burst. So how much value you can get out of Dehya is the mix of what you can do with her skill doing something valuable for the team off field, not just its damage, right? So this would be like, you know, doing burning virgin things, and in conjunction with being able to do her burst damage, right? And then what do you do with the field time that you have after you're done Dehya bursting, right? That's the problem. Is like she has a short duration burst. What do you do with the field time after you're done bursting with her? Or, right, because you don't need to spend 20 seconds on her. She ain't Sino. And Sigewinne's the same way, except she's also your team healer, but she has a burst that is the same thing, where it's a short duration burst that can do a lot of damage in a relatively short amount of time. Like, her total damage output isn't that crazy, but it's a meaningful amount of damage output in the time window it lasts for. So, like, the balance of playing these two characters with Sigewinne on a hybrid healing plus DPS oriented build on Mars SA Hunters, because she's paired with Farina so she can use MH. Like, it works so friggin' well. It's, I don't know. Anyways. So thank you to whoever bought me Sigewinne, because, like, I actually can't believe I've been enjoying this character as much as I have. Anyways. I've been enjoying Sigewinne in double Geo, double Hydra as well. Yeah. She's underrated because people, like, I can't believe, like people understand that, oh, Farina's OP, but, like, Farina's strength is tied to your healers you have, and they made a Hydra healer that's, like, the best, simple, easy to use. Like, I shouldn't say the best, like, she isn't perfect for the way her healing works, I would say, for Farina, but she is very easy to use for Farina, reduces Farina's ER needs, which is quite significant, and from what I've seen, most people do not have enough ER on their Farina to use her solo Hydro, so they should feel very compelled to doing something like a Sigewinne with Farina, because then they could do whatever other combos of on-fielders they want. Like, yeah, double Hydro Farina Sigewinne core is really compelling, and then of course Sigewinne buffs Farina's damage too, right? So with her buff. So anyways, she's a very comfortable unit which has high investment paths towards doing meaningful damage, and I actually think she's really well designed. I do think her buff, I still maintain that her buff should probably have like be a little bit less annoying in how you can use it. But they also 100% just balanced her buff around how strong Farina is at a baseline, and they didn't want to give Sigewinne too strong of a buff because they didn't want to make Farina too strong with Sigewinne. Like, she's already really strong with Sigewinne, so yeah. Anyways, I think their overall character design in the last while, I think, has been very good. It's kind of impressive to me how good they are at making characters have unique ideas today, like, without crazily replacing existing characters as far as, like, archetypes. Like, you could argue, you know, Arlecchino mostly replaced the relevance of the likes of Hu Tao. She did for me, but Hu Tao still does some stuff better than Arlecchino that is unique, right? So anyways, what does Sigewinne do? Healing, buffing, energy at a baseline, right? Team-wide Hydra healer, that actually generates energy, and does it completely off field. Kokomi is not actually that good of a you could do double hydro Kokomi Farina, right? But Kokomi to be a team-wide healer needs to be on field for a bit of time, and that's like not great. It's like the same problem the Yao has with Farina. It doesn't feel ideal in most teams. And then also Sigewinne's energy generation is better for Farina than Kokomi, because you can just do Sigewinne E. The bubble, a smart thing they did with the bubble, right? And when it comes to Farina's energy, is that you Sigewinne E, it moves a little bit slowly, so you can sometimes when you're funneling energy where you like do a skill on a character, like say you do Singto skill and then switch to another character to funnel your particles from Singto to someone else. Usually you don't do that, so Singto might be a bad example. So you funnel your particles from Bennett to Xiangling, right? Bennett like generates his particles like right when he E's. So you have to be pretty quick and switch to Xiangling right away to funnel Bennett's energy particles to Xiangling. The delay on this being a little bit slow to initially hit means you can very flexibly just press E, switch to Farina, EQ Farina, you're good. Assuming you need to funnel. You don't have to funnel particles, to be clear, but that is something that I think people underestimate. Yeah, and then the only other aspect, other than doing skill damage buffing and being a team-wide healer that is very easy to use, is that she does have high investment build path potential with artifacts like these, where she can be the team-wide healer and get meaningful burst damage on her bursts, right? Like this actually can do a meaningful amount of damage. So, anyways, Aqua on Sigewinne, it's her best DPS weapon, and it's the first time I've gotten value from having Aqua at all in quite a while, so that's nice. But anyways, Natlan things. Yeah, I like their character design so far. By the way, that video I made today, I'm glad people like it. It's funny how much better that video is performing right now for how little effort I put into it. Honestly, like I did it, I just like had some casual fun. I just recorded me doing some shenanigans with the catalyst. It's literally basically all it was, with me yapping my thoughts about it. But like this catalyst, I've done some calcs, so I'm not going to do DPS Kachina. I have the artifacts for it. But I think I'm going to wait to do DPS Kachina when Zenless releases, because I'm kind of missing... I don't have great Geo teammates, basically, for doing double Geo. Like, I don't have Zhongli, I don't have Chiori for doing a meaningful, compelling team for DPS, like on-field Kachina. I'm missing the Geo units for that. Zenless will be a very compelling unit to buff Kachina, and I think that'd be funny, right? Zenless releases and people will be like DPSing Zenless, and I'm gonna be like, nah, we doing drill ground pounds instead. But the calcs I did with Kachina, it's double. So the calcs I did was Yelan, Farina, so getting the damage bonus from Yelan and Farina together, and then Zenless, who's giving more damage bonus and giving Res Shred to Geo damage, and then with a level 8 skill with like a pretty good, like I think she has, I think my build would have about 200 crit damage, or close to 200 crit damage, with 100% crit rate on the artifacts, the new artifact set, not this artifact set, the DPS artifact set, because she'd be on-fielded. And the damage that I would get from Kachina in a rotation is pretty similar to what my meme build on Neuvillette did, where I just pressed Neuvillette's skill once per rotation and got 150k physical damage. so DPS Kachina with good artifacts and 3 units that are very strong for buffing her gets as much damage as a very meme build as for Neuvillette. With this weapon. So DPS Kachina is not going to be very good. That's what I want to emphasize. Yeah, lore accurate Kachina. I'm going to play it anyways, because doing ground poundies is really fun, but honestly, I think the build, I currently, from the limited testing I've done so far, the build that I feel like makes the most sense on Kachina, unironically, I feel like is a full EM build. Because she can like make crystallized shields that are refreshing multiple times in a rotation. Like you might have some issues picking them up depending on the enemy situation, so that's iffy. But her being able to do some damage bonus with this artifact set and some shielding potential makes her, I think, a little bit more compelling of a free character, since she's a free character, right? I think she's a very valuable addition to the game because she is free. But DPSing her is not what you should do. That's what I can solidly say. It's not worthwhile. Yeah, Kachina C6 would probably nearly double her damage. Anyways. Yeah, lore accurate Kachina. I might title it lore accurate Kachina. Oh boy, it'll be fun. It'll be bad. It'll still probably clear the content, but it'll completely be on the strengths of Kachina, Farina's and Yelan's own damage contribution, not Kachina. So, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's a shame her kid is only dealing damage. She'd be a fun support. Yeah, I wish she dealt more damage. I don't get why she's so undertuned. I know they obviously weren't gonna make her super OP because of the artifact set being good and she's a free character. But like, did she have to do like 0 damage? Like the only relevant stats to build on her would intuitively be crit stats, but like she does so little damage it's completely irrelevant. So irrelevant that it makes more sense, even if Crystallize is of dubious value, it makes more sense to get additional value out of Crystallize with EM than it does build her for crit. The easy build for her though is just put a crit rate circlet on her, use Fav. She can generate some energy, give some damage bonus, right? So, anyways, yeah, start farming. Worry about artifacts at AR-45. Also, go watch Sevi's video though. Now, Sky. Sevi has a video of like beginner to late game artifact guide. It's like a 20-minute video. It will teach you the basics of what you need to know about artifacts. Watching that video will set you up really well, probably. Anyways. It's not 40 because 5-star artifacts at level 40 are not guaranteed drops. I don't remember what the exact rate is, but the AR-40 unlock here, difficulty 4, I think is like a 50% drop rate of getting 5-star artifacts versus you're guaranteed to get 5-star artifacts. So, anyways. Anything else with Natlan that I didn't mention? Am I done with the review? I don't know. There's a lot of future yapping. Too much future yapping, I'll be honest. I don't know. I want to emphasize I've enjoyed Natlan so far. Oh yeah, the Archon quest. Bad, quite frankly. Like, the first part was bad. My brother said the second part was better, supposedly. But the first part being as... like, and I'm not saying you can't enjoy it, by the way. It's my preferences. It's fine. But particularly compared to like how strong of a first impression I had with the Fontaine Archon quest and the Sumeru Archon quest. Like, the Sumeru was like in some of the middle parts. And the Fontaine Archon quest, I'd say, was pretty solid all around. This is a very bad start. It makes me very uninterested in going through the rest of the Archon quest. And the only reason I'm going to bother... Oh, this is something I haven't talked about. Sorry, okay, this is going to be another negative thing. I don't like this. Not that I'm fine with them giving more rewards for Archon quests. I don't like that this is another layer of FOMO bullshittery, right? There's more gotcha FOMO BS. More rewards, good, great. But FOMO, not good, right? This is forcing me to do the Archon quest. Right now, quite frankly, I think I would rather wait to do the Archon quest until the Archon quest is fully out, which is like version 5.3, that's months. I would prefer experiencing the full Archon story when it's all out. I think I would enjoy it more that way. But they implemented this, so no one gets the choice of doing that anymore unless you are willing to sacrifice like 4 wishes. That's cringe. Don't do that. That makes your story experience worse, Mihoyo. Also, I hate the variation. This I actually mind less, by the way, than the other thing, which this annoys me even more. Like, if you're gonna make story quests give more rewards, just make the story quests give more rewards. Don't force me to do Mualani's quest during the period of Mualani's banner. You want to know why this exists? This exists because of and this is like, I refuse, by the way, to do after I realized how much when I first started playing Genshin, like in the first 6 months to a year of playing Genshin, I realized when I was doing story quests for characters that were currently on banner, and they're releasing story quests when characters are on banner. Weird. they're made to sell the character, right? The story quests, they want you to play the story quest while the banner is running because they want you to do the story quest because the story quest's goal is to make you get the characters, to make you use your wishes. Is that already even her story quest though? Yes, they made the story quest. I think the story quest for Mualani and Kanich, and I assume Xylan is going to be the same way, is in the tribal quest, I believe. So you have to do the tribal quest first and then do the story quest is like the final tribal quest or something. Is I think how they structured it. Which is a unique way to structure. I'm not against them structuring story quests differently like that. That's a cool thing. Like linking it into other stuff going on. And by the way, the tribal quest being voiced is cool. Like I like that. But like, why FOMO rewards, right? Right? Like why FOMO rewards is because they want you to do the story quest because their story quest is one of the main components of them trying to market this character to you, right? Like when you conceive of like the fact that Genshin is a platform in which their goal is to sell you a character. The story quests are an important aspect. They want you to do the story quest now while the banner is running to get you to potentially spend money now. You might not end up spending money, but maybe you'll spend your savings of Primo Gems and that'll make you have to spend money for Xylan, right? So I don't like it. I don't like the FOMO BS. I think it's cool that they give you boss rewards. I maybe would have actually prioritized doing this if I realized it was giving boss rewards beforehand. Like for Xylan, I will probably try to do Xylan's quest before I finish farming for the boss because that will save me like some resin, right? That's cool. But again, just like, can you just like do it as as an additional reward for completing the story quest, please? Not FOMO, please. Like, I know why they do it. They do it because they did this because they think it will make them more money, and it probably will, right? Because it's gonna make people do the story quest that otherwise weren't doing the story quest. So, anyways, you can't even do the one that ends sooner first because it requires the Archon quest. Yes, that is a particularly that is true. That is a particularly bad aspect of this quest specifically. Is you have to do part of the Archon quest before you can even start to do the tribal quests, and you have to do the tribal quest before you can even do this. So like, I can't do this right now. I could definitely complete it, I think, by the time, like, during the 2 days here if I wanted to. But I'm just going to protest it by not doing it. So, you know, my process to this is not doing it, and hopefully Mihoyo gets that data to see that it doesn't make them money. I refuse to engage with their BS. I will do this, because 500 primos hurts more, and I also probably want to do it anyways, because honestly, if I don't do that, because I'm a content creator and I see a lot of people talking about Genshin and people might ask my thoughts on it, and, you know, I probably should do it now anyways, right? But if I wasn't making content for the game, this would probably annoy me more, because I would have rather just waited until it's all out. But anyways, well, tomorrow will be a new live stream for the Abyss. Yes, asterisk. Tomorrow is normally a reading day for me, but I think I am close enough done to with my reading for my book club with my friends that I should be able to stream Abyss tomorrow. I wasn't originally planning on it, but yes, I probably want to because it's the first 5.0 Abyss, so I think it's an interesting one to see. So we will see. It's a yap fest of a story quest, not surprising. But Mualani's theming bothers you. Mualani in the trailer left me with a good impression, and then Mualani in the first part of the Archon quest was so very boring. I mean, the entire first part of the Archon quest was so, like, I was tired and I didn't fall asleep, but that's because, like, the game is visually stimulating, you know, light pouring into my eyes, but, it was not very good. I don't know. Of my, like, initial impressions of any of the Archon quests in the game, it wasn't the worst, I think. But I think it was probably, I don't know, was it? Man, my sentiment on, like, the start of the Mondstadt story quest is like negative because of the fact that I've had to do it too many times. I don't. It's probably better than the Inazuma and Mondstadt Archon quest introduction, but I think it's worse than the start of the Liyue Archon quest. The Liyue Archon quest, the only good part about it, in my opinion, is the start. I'm sorry. The best part about the Liyue Archon quest is the start. It starts with a bang, and then just whatever's from there. And then Sumeru's start was fantastic. Fontaine's start was fantastic, and was solid all the way through. And then this was just a bit of a flop, in my opinion. So, Chronicle Wish is confirmed. I did see that, yeah. So I guess the disclaimer as far as Chronicle Wish coming back is like, treat Chronicle Wish, it's probably going to be the same as it was before. We don't know exactly what characters on it. It might be Liyue characters. Don't count on Shenhe being on the banner because Shenhe technically doesn't qualify for it unless they decide to break their own rule, which I think would make sense, but, you know, we'll see. I swear to God, if they do a Liyue Chronicle banner before they rerun Shenhe, I will be very mad. I will be very mad. If they do a Chronicle banner for Liyue characters and Shenhe is on it because of their own damn rules they set for it, and then I still have to wait longer for Shenhe. God. But anyways, they never said it was limited to specific nations. No, they didn't. You are correct. They could do whatever the frick they want with the Chronicle banner. Point is, if there's any of the characters that it's been a while since they've got a rerun, there is a good chance they might be on this Chronicle banner. So if you are wanting them, you should probably consider making sure you have 150 wishes to guarantee them. And if you do not have enough wishes to guarantee on the Chronicle banner, do not wish on the Chronicle banner. That's it. Unless they change something on the Chronicle banner. But assuming it functions exactly the same as before, that's the Chronicle banner. Like, you should only be wishing on the Chronicle banner if you have enough to guarantee, right? If you're a saver. If you are I have enough wishes for gambling, and I'll see if I win the 50-50, then wish on the normal limited banners, because at least you'll get a guarantee for the future, right? You will not get a guarantee for the future on Chronicle banner. Do not do it, okay? Also, even if you did get a guarantee, even if there was a guarantee on Chronicle banner, they're apparently only going to do it once every 8 months. So, you'd have to wait 8 months to use your guarantee anyways. Stupid. So, Sumeru's storyline is boring. I agree, most of Sumeru's storyline is boring. I think I really, really like the time loop quest. Everything after that was just like, some of it was interesting, but like a little bit too like, why are we spending time doing this kind of thing is what it felt like to me. So anyways, I really, really, really liked the start of the Sumeru quest in particular. So, yeah. Anyways, I still did not finish leveling up this bow, which is fair because it's not what my focus of the stream was meant to be, but I didn't actually craft anything. Kill me. All right. All right. Sumeru has too much yap. Yeah, I know. Mahoyo took after me for that one. I think they take after me for the whole dang game. Like, I'm not a writer. I yap because I'm just saying stuff off the top of my head, right? I'm a yapper and I like divulging people with information. But the things I yap about, I do not think are good writing, right? Oh yeah, let's not forget, this is like the 8th time I've gone to the crafting menu. Alright, I have a couple of these. Let's just do like that. Liyue was fire because of the fallen Archon child. Yep, there were definite components of the Liyue Archon quest that was good, but the in-between was not very good. It was going on a date with Ganyu and Zhongli. That was the Liyue Archon quest for like a very large chunk of it. It was so weird. Like, if you haven't done it, you might not realize how much of the time spent in the Liyue Archon quest. Oh, I reached friendship 10 on Candace. Nice. You might not realize how much of the Liyue Archon quest is spent on that until you have to play it 3 times. So, anyways, I should probably not run away from the crafting table because I might have to go back. Blam. Alright. I'm glad 3-star pieces are low. Oh, we still, okay. They still take 3 golds. I don't know. Do I even bother? How much HP do I get from going to 80 to 90? I don't really want to spend the extra resin getting the gold pieces. Who was not the fan of Zhongli and Child? I didn't say I wasn't a fan of Zhongli and Child. I'm saying I wasn't a fan of the Archon quest being dating them. Dating Zhongli and then dating Ganyu. What am I doing? I need Ringle Dingles. Yep, I can't make any more Ringle Dingles. Okay, perfect. Well, It's 46.9% HP at max. Alright, you know what? It's fine. I can't make a very good comparison of this anyways, but I want to compare Aqua to Recurve Bow on Sigewinne. I'm not even going to change her artifacts around any. Obviously, I haven't freaking R4 Aqua, which is giving 28% HP and the damage bonus and the crit. So, it's going to be a lot better. But I just wanted to get an approximation for how approachable a similar quality of build artifact-wise is, but with a different weapon. Another option would be using something like Slingshot, not for the passive, but just for the it just like the base attack doesn't matter because she's an HP scaling damage healer, right? But then giving her crit, and then you know I could switch to a crit damage circlet potentially would be an alternative option. I'm just going to use Recurve because I think it's a more simple universal option. HP still contributes to her damage, also makes her heal more, makes her buff a little bit more. So I want to test how this team feels with Recurve Bow on Sigewinne versus with Aqua. Is all it is. So, and you know what? 1% or 4% extra HP is 1 HP roll. It's not insignificant. I should do that, but I don't think it's worth my resin. Is my vibe. Close your eyes. I'm doing one of those. I've just been saying before. I've been doing one of those a day because I'm a content creator. I do not recommend people resin refresh. I'm doing that because oh, frick. I think I intend. No, that's fine. No, yeah, because it's Sunday. I was gonna farm bosses. I think. Oh no, you can't pre-farm Zenless right now. It doesn't matter. Never mind. It's fine. Yeah, don't resin refresh. It's bad. It's dumb. The only reason I have rationalized to starting to do 1 per day, and I can't stomach more than 1 per day, even though it might actually make sense content-wise for me to do more than 1 per day, is because over the period of like a month doing 1 resin refresh per day gives me a meaningful amount of additional resin, which notably gives me the ability to make content potentially sooner. Like it will hopefully get, like right now I'm mostly using it for artifacts, but more notably it will let me level up more characters, right? So, oh, then no, that's what I intended to do. That's why I didn't want to freaking condense it, because I wanted to level up Rosaria. I finally want to level up Rosaria. She's been forever a unit I kind of want to level up, but I keep forgetting. Oh, dang it. Okay, well, whatever. Just gonna have to wait. Oh, well. Anyways, you can pre-farm Zenless flowers. Yeah, that's not really a concern for me right now. I do think I have a good chunk of them already from the exploration. The wrong page. I believe her flowers are not in the screen. There they are, right there. I think these are Zenless flowers. I already have like half of them, so it's fine. They're relatively easy to collect. They're all like along water areas, so you know. Anyways, should do more account fixing videos. I wanted to take a little bit of break after the last one, like my normal 2-week break was my original intention. But then, believe it or not, Genshin 5.0 happened and I got a little bit distracted. And then I also got sick, which really like getting sick killed any desire I had to, it's an annoyingly time-consuming process of trying to like go through account submissions and figure out and message different people and wait for them to respond to me. I'm like, okay, they didn't respond. I guess I go message this other person, and then oh look, guess what? That person now did respond to me, and now I feel bad having to. So the point is, I have some account fixing videos lined up already. I had intended to have one this week out, but the exploration video took way more time and effort than I expected originally. So, in conjunction with being sick, causing delays for things, so I'm sorry. I will do more. My intention is to probably eventually mostly get to doing them every 2 weeks. But, you know, it's not a hard and fast thing. Sorry. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, okay. Okay. The stream was titled, by the way, "What's your guys' thoughts?" Anyone else's thoughts they want to provide in chat for Natlan. Things I didn't mention or related things I mentioned, because I think I mentioned most of my baseline thoughts for now. It's a good patch. They've made positive improvements to the game. They haven't really addressed many of the core things that I have problems with. So I am not just like, oh my god, everything's freaking amazing. But it's been enjoyable. You know, new content is good. I still think it's incredibly impressive that MiHoYo manages to, like, so consistently put out quality updates that are enjoyable in some form to mini players, and that this game is free to play for much of that content that is enjoyable, right? And it's it still feels clear to me that MiHoYo puts a meaningful, like, for how much money they make, it is clear to me they put a meaningful amount of money back into this game or other things that, like, they do not give me the vibe of a company that is just hoarding their money, right? And that makes me much more satisfied with giving them money, potentially. Although, in my case, I think I make more money from them. I think I make more money from them than I give them. But, or I make more money from content in general on Genshin than I give them, for sure. But either way, I feel like I actually spent money in Zenless yesterday, 2 days ago? I don't know. I spent money in Zenless because I decided that originally I thought I was going to go for Caesar, the 5-star character releasing next version, because of the fact that there was a 4-star that was said to be on her banner, but then they did the live stream, and oh, it turns out that 4-star I wanted is not on her banner, and she's a very, like, strong unit that is valuable and has some cool things, but I also think she's overtuned, and I don't like her. I think, like, if you go watch Jay Stern's, like, takes on Caesar's kit, he's like, oh wow, they fixed all the problems with Zenless's shielding. In my opinion, the fact that Zenless's shields don't, like, just give you infinite interruption resistance, you know, it's a good thing, actually, because it means you don't just, like, I'm actually concerned about the progression of Zenless because of Caesar's kit. Like, it makes me think they're making some of the same mistakes they made with Genshin, and that the game is just going to go towards the hell state of, you know, we're gonna just optimize my combos, and well, the character doesn't have interruption resistance, and the game is gonna be balanced around, like, you know, not being interrupted, instead of, like, encouraging players to be aware of the enemies. So anyways, I'm still very optimistic about Zenless, but Caesar's kit gives me a little bit of skepticism, and I'm gonna protest it because I'm not gonna pull for her, even though she's, like, really good and could be good for characters I'm using. And because of that, this is a long tirade, I decided to use my existing summons on Zenless to pull, I had enough to get to pity with the like, stuff that I could have used to buy a 5-star weapon. So I had to, like, this is a decision that also meant sacrificing a 5-star weapon. I'm not boycotting Zenless. I still really, really enjoy Zenless. I am very much more positive on Zenless than I even was a couple weeks ago. But the Caesar makes me slightly worried, right? Anyways, I went for Jane C1, M1, whatever you call it, because I had enough to get to pity without spending any money. And as you might guess, since I prefaced with I spent money in Zenless, I did not get Jane M1. I got Lycon, which is a standard 5-star, and I already had him too, so yay. And then I was sad, and I was like, if I spend money now, you know, I'll get, like, I can probably get M6 Seth. I'll at least enjoy that, because I think I had M4 Seth, C4, right? M6 Seth, like, we'll let him get some additional damage. It's kind of fun. Let me change his build up a little bit. I like the idea of that, so let's screw it. I had some one-time top-ups left. I had bought some top-ups before, but I only spent them on standard banner because I'm dumb. But I had, like, the $30 top-up, I think, and the $15 top-up left, so I spent like $60. And got an early guaranteed M1 Jane at 40 pity, and then still had 20 wishes left, or I think I still had like 30 wishes left, actually. And then got an early M2 Jane. I actually won a 50-50 in Zenless for once, after losing 2 in a row. So, that was very lucky, to say the least. Do not do like I do. Do not expect to spend $60 in these fucking games and get 2 copies of a character you want. That was very lucky. So, you know, but I'm glad, because, you know, even if they power creep characters hardcore in Zenless, which might happen, I don't know, you know, having extra copies of the character, like, means that she should stay relevant a lot longer, which is good. Anyways, I like the rat. Why am I talking about this? This is not Genshin. I expect to spend $30 and get 7 copies of Xylan in that. Yeah, I feel like you might have a little bit high of expectations, Sylveon, but you know what? I wish you the best of luck. Yeah. What if there's a rat coming to Genshin? I mean, I don't like her specifically because she's a rat. She is a rat. So, anyways. If you jump on an electrified shroom with Kachina, she drops dead? Really? That's hilarious. Alright, let's do it. Kachina. What? She just dies? Like, is she just allergic to shrooms? Furry? I mean, I would not the Jane is not a furry. Like, there are definitely furry characters, like actual furry characters in Zenless. Let's be real. Jane is not a furry. She has a tail and she has weird ears, right? Do you consider yourself a furry if you like Yai? Right? Like that's what Jane is. Or Kirara. Are you a furry if you like Kirara because she's a cat spirit? Like, anyways, no, yeah, I know there's all kinds of weird bugginess with these characters, like Night Soul abilities and how they implemented them. It's just really odd that she dies on an electrified mushroom.
It'd be right there.
Shoopa doop doop doop. I think the easiest one to access is actually by this domain. Would Ganyu be a furry? Maybe. Is Kachina a rabbit? I don't know what she's intended to be. She does have like a tail. It does look like a bunny tail. By the way, like, I think the quality of like the models of Natlan characters are definitely meaningfully higher. And like Kachina's model quality is pretty high as well. Like the tonality on her hair is good. I like it. But from the front, like her ears are very flat, and that looks really... Actually, they're not even flat. They actually, like, the inside of the ears looks like they should have indent, but they bulge out for some reason. I'm assuming they were going for, like, hair in the ears or something, but it looks pretty bad. I think her ears look fake, and I don't think they're intended to look fake. So, anyways, very minor complaint. She's a chinchilla. Interesting. Weird. Alright, that. Alright, and... Wait, no, I have to climb on it probably, right? Oh, frick. Cooldowns. What do I have to do? Did I do something wrong?
Excuse me?
What? That didn't... God dang it. You take fall damage with the drill. Is that all it was? Okay, I thought I was gonna die instantly. It's just fall damage then. Oh frick! I did it there. I just okay. Then. Oh, God dang it! Cooldowns. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, that's great. All right, that's really funny. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I see. Oh. Is Sethos worth building? I don't know if you like him. Like, he can be when you're higher enough investment, he can draw like to be clear, his main value is probably proccing a lot of like official procs. I think he plays in a really fun way. His personal damage output is not going to be insane. But he has an accessible build path with Slingshot. And he has fun build options like I do with, like, I'm doing my ER heavy build with 4-piece Thundering Fury. It is a very good build, I would say, on 4-piece Thundering Fury. But I didn't even realize I had exactly 200 crit damage now. I did not have C6 Sethos, by the way. C6 Sethos would enable me, I think, on a Thundering Fury build to not have to do an ER timepiece, which would improve the build slightly, but not crazily. So, anyways, he's super fun. He's actually one of my favorite characters they've released recently. I made a video about this weird build that I like to use on him. Although I didn't talk about doing the burst plus charge attack playstyle, which is technically I think more ideal. Anyways, like he can get meaningful like his strength shines the most with Fischl. He has a couple different team varieties, but they're Fischl and a Dendro unit. And then you could either bring in Hydro, notably with Farina, or you could do pure Aggravate, like with Kazuha, Swirling, Electro, right? And which you do is kind of depends. I also did some Chevreuse shenanigans with a more attack-focused build, and he works fine there. But yeah, his main value is like if you can take advantage of his, I don't have any energy, but you can take advantage of his AoE ability. He has some meaningful AoE damage output, but in single target, it's like, but his single target damage is upheld by Fischl's existence. So, you know, I don't know. I don't think he's actually that much worse than Chlorand, because of the fact that a lot of Chlorand's strength comes down to Fischl as well, just like Sethos. So, you know, I played the one, and I pulled for the one that was more fun. Anyways, yeah, I talked about Fav Sethos in that video as well. I think I like having used Slingshot a lot more, though. I think I do actually prefer my Slingshot build, but Fav is the easy, accessible way to do a similar build to like what I am doing. And then you don't need an ER timepiece, and you don't even need any ER substats. You just put Fav on him, right? And then you just build, you know, ideally EM Electro crit, right? And 4-piece TF is optional. The reason I'm doing 4-piece TF is to make his skill cooldown line up for when I'm done doing 3 charge attacks on him. He basically has his skill cooldown back again, and I could just keep on doing charge attacks or do burst and charge attacks in the same rotation. I find that very fun, and it makes him feel very dynamic and smooth to play. Yada yada yap yap. I like his kit a lot. It has interesting nuance. But yeah, anyways. Fading Twilight is an option, but the problem with any other non-option for Sethos is like, yeah, Fading Twilight doesn't give like, oh, I thought that was that weapon. What is Fading Twilight? Oh, it's this weapon. Increases damage when attacks. Okay, it has to switch state. I mean, I think it's usable when you're trying to go towards a build like I'm talking about, but I'm pretty sure this would be better. But the problem that either of these would have is that Slingshot is better. So, you know, it is a weird weapon. All right. For the drip, I see. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, technically, his drip weapon, I think, is the Battle Pass weapon, the triangular looking one. Forgot what it is called, but I don't have it. Don't plan to have it because it's very meh. Very meh. Also, I think Slingshot is kind of like, I don't know, man. Like Slingshot, like it just brown neutral tones matches his color palette pretty well because he's orange. Orange is a brownish tone, and he has dark brown, blackish, orange or brown. Like it, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Like Slingshot is like a really aesthetic looking actual bow versus like fantasy nonsense, right? Like so I don't know. I like Slingshot. It looks great in my opinion, and it works great. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, stringless. Yes.
I got you, boss.
I got you, boss.
It would be my honor.
Dehya's voice lines, by the way, is so fantastic. I don't care about most voice lines for most characters, but Dehya's voice lines in combat, like where is her one voice line?
You ain't messing around.
No, not that.
Get out before I pull yourself together. Merc, I done
What the frick is it?
messed up. All right, we've got our just great. Pull your get out before I Merc.
She had
You
this.
left your gloves. Look alive, buckle. Let's get it on. Well, how about that?
Doesn't she have some line of like? I could have sworn she had some combat line
Time to get down to business.
of.
Your mommy.
Oh, there you go. The one I didn't click. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Mommy teach you
Here,
that?
this is relatively rare, but when you hear that, it's just like, thank you. And it's thematic because she's a tanky character, right? Like that's what her intended like playstyle is like her being this weird tanker. And I don't know, when you embrace that, and like it takes some meaningful investment to get her to that point of feeling like that. But yeah,
Your mommy teach you that?
it's great. It's great whenever I hear it. Anyways, okay, yeah, I think we're done with Natlan review, I guess. Ooh, that was some weird lag. So I guess what we'll do, we have to go to polearms only. I have to do normal farming things. I've been going for 2 hours already, by the way. This is why if I do exploration content, I'm not against the idea of doing like a similar like a stream format for the Natlan exploration video, like a more marathon style stream. But I'm probably just gonna have to like minimize chat because I just know I will get distracted. so I'll like have chat on screen in case there's an emergency or whatever, but I will not be able to pay attention to it if I want to actually do a challenge thing during a live stream because I get distracted. Oh well. D-Luke is censored on low HP too to say darn when he clearly says damn. Really? That's funny. That's not the right page.
I see. Don't burn yourself. Careful.
Wait. That's...
I see. Don't burn yourself out. Retreat.
Did they just remove it?
Careful.
Oh no, low HP.
Damn you.
Oh yeah.
Damn you.
Oh yeah, I couldn't read, it's fine.
Is that all you? Damn you.
Yeah, wow. That's interesting. They're fine with him saying the word, which is where people will hear it more, versus... but no, in written form, we can't have the swear word. You. That's what they should have done, right? just have you. If they're gonna censor, do it right. Make it funny. I'm joking about it. That would be absolutely obnoxious, but also really funny. Polearms only versus the Natlan local legends win. That is a good point. I should do that. I think what we're gonna do in this stream to end off the stream is I'm gonna show up my Dehya Voracasha build in this Abyss cycle. This is the last day this Abyss cycle is here, so may as well show it. So I'm not gonna change my Farina build. If you didn't see, I'll show what it is after I do this. We will test. We're gonna do a run through with Sigewinne on Aqua, on my better build, and then we'll do a run through with Sigewinne. It's the Dehya build we're gonna use, and I will use Emily. I do like Nahida in this team in some ways. I like using Nahida or Emily is weird. I would say Emily has the ability to be meaningfully stronger, but it's a little bit harder to play. It's probably what I would describe. See when Emily is not activated still. I don't know. I haven't. The only reason I have this is because of the stupid mistake I made before the Mualani video, and like, otherwise I would have only had this if I won the like. This was not intentional, and I don't know when I'm going to activate it or if I am anytime soon, because I still feel like I'm getting value out of her enough, and I don't want I want to get a good, really strong vibe of how she is used without like this, and this does meaningfully strengthen her. So I'm not going to activate that anytime directly soon. Eventually, someday. Probably after I start using her less in videos is my suspicion, which might be a while because I do like using this character a lot. Anyways, Caesar Emily, I do have her weapon that is obviously meaningful. My Dehya is C2 with a very good build. This is a quite invested Dehya for 4-piece Voracashas. This from my testing should be enough ER for her, I think. And yep. Farina build, I will leave on my... This is an extremely powered down Farina. So, and you might be like, yeah, and yes, Farina contributes a very significant portion of this team's damage. That is part of the design of this team. So Farina should be on a more proper build. The reason I'm starting with Farina on a bad build is to emphasize how good this team can be without Farina doing meaningful damage, right? So yeah, that's all there is to it. Wait, Emily, do you? Wait, do I start with Farina? I don't know. I don't. No. I think, yeah. Normally I start with Emily E into Dehya E into Emily burst into Farina EQ into Sigewinne E into bursting on one of them. That's the plan. We'll just do an Arlecchino team on the second side to wreck the second side quick. So, yeah, I want to shot. Oh, we get crit. Let's go. More Dehya damage and other characters' damage. All right, can you play Sethos? I mean, I could, but I want to show this because this is the build I've been working on for a little bit, and also I want to show this because you know what? I need to like badger Zajef more. I feel like Zajef and I would probably be like good friends who would yap at each other, arguing about BS with Genshin if I was a Twitch streamer. But Zajef has Twitch brain rot. Sorry, Zajef. Anyways, you could argue that I have anti-Twitch brain rot, but anyways, Zajef in his Kanich video, or in his banner overview video, which I didn't watch the full thing, but I skimmed through it because I like to get his thoughts. I like to get different people's perspectives on things because I think that's healthy, to get other perspectives. And he said Dehya's carry playstyle has no relevant burning teams. That was Zajef's words. No relevant burning teams. I don't blame him for ignoring the existence of Sigewinne. He underestimates the potential of Sigewinne, Farina, Dehya, Dendro. That's all I can say. I'll maybe show Nahida with this team in the first chamber too, instead of Emily. But the notable thing I want to compare here is actually the Sigewinne damage as well. I want to see how Sigewinne affects things. So we're gonna do this one run through with very powered down Farina, not powered down Sigewinne. Then we will power up Farina properly, which is going to significantly increase the team's damage. And then we will go and test Sigewinne on the bad bow. So, is this really a burning team? Oh yeah. I mean, it has, like, you need burning happening consistently to get meaningful damage from Emily, right? It is not a burning team in that burning is the only thing happening, but it is a very important component of what is happening. So, anyways.
Let's get it on. This will brighten up the place. Shower me with praise. Let the world fly.
May as well start with this. You what? Actually, okay. Well, that was my bad. Realistic. Oh, wrong character. And then we get to bait on Dehya. Now, I think I fuddled up with Emily a little bit there, but it was still mostly fine. That's the weirdness with Emily in this team, in that it can be meaningfully stronger than Nahida sometimes, but also weirdly more variable. So. No viable burning teams. No viable burning teams. My Farina's extremely powered down there. I want to emphasize that. No viable burning teams. No viable burning teams. His specification was with carry Dehya. Anyways. I take offense to that because Jeff calls himself I think he considers himself a Dehya enthusiast, but then he doesn't seriously consider doing some things that can make Dehya shine, and it frustrates me. I should, restart my rotation and run out of Bennett. Schmack. Good. I think Tulpa, by the way, is one of the best bosses they've designed in a long time. It's not that hard to deal with, particularly in the first chamber with lower HP. And because Pyro units are strong, like Arlecchino, and Shiver's teams are strong with Pyro DPSs, especially against the Tulpa. Not all people have, like, obviously it might be hard for your account, but notably it, like, is not insanely tanky. The permanent Hydra Aura, there's a lot of ways to abuse that. And notably, we'll choose HP, because I think I have enough ER on these characters. Well, okay, maybe maybe I should choose the ER, because I think I just used my burst. I might have to choose the ER, but, what was I saying? Oh, the Tulpa's fantastic. One of the best enemies I designed during 5.0. I'm not very happy with a lot of the enemies I designed, such as the enemy in the second chamber on the second half, but anyways. It's a fun, like, it has fun mechanics to work around, not annoying mechanics to work around, is what I would basically describe it as. Okay, we're gonna kind of screw up our energy situation here a little bit, but sure, I guess let's go with this. Obviously we didn't get as many things there. Could have done this a little bit better, I think, with the positioning of different things. I'm just gonna let this die by automatic damage. Bam. No viable burning teams would carry Dehya. It's clearly completely inviable. Oh god. I don't think Zajef would make white eyes at the Sigewinne damage. He's not stupid. He himself understands and describes, has described Sigewinne's burst as like a Nuvolette charge attack, but he hasn't internalized the fact that there's value to it being a Nuvolette charge attack that you can spend field time doing something else with. So, I don't know. Quite frankly, I think he's a little bit stuck in the over-optimization mindset. Optimizing more than actually is necessary. And, oops, let's not do a bow character. Yeah, I have played this side really terribly. But, anyways, obviously with a minute to clear there. And this is a strong team on the second side, right? But, like, with the options we have in the game right now, my point with, like, the over-optimization is, like, you don't have to be hyper-optimal, generally speaking. But it depends on your account and what things you have. All the ER cards, apparently, jeez. So, yeah. Like, at a baseline, it's fine to recommend people to optimize because, like you don't know what the state of people's accounts are at. But him him having the knowledge he does and not drawing the connection from, like, oh, like he himself has, like, said many times how, like, Dehya is really interesting in that, she's unique in her short field time burst window. And I think he himself has said some of the things that I mentioned before, where, like, oh, it's what do you do with the rest of the field time? Sigewinne Farina, right? And it's hard to see what exactly is going on there for all the skill damage going on, but I'm getting a very meaningful amount of, not an insignificant amount of off-field damage from Dehya as well. And you also have options for building Dehya with EM in this kind of team, rather than for a little bit more burgeon damage, particularly if you're using Nahida. Finding that exact balance, the Dehya build is kind of weird, But it's a very viable team, and I tried to message him about this team during Sigewinne's banner. He didn't respond to me, so you know, well, maybe I'll badger him more in the future. But yeah, oh well. I don't have energy. Oh, I did. All right, never mind. And it's obviously Dehya is not vaping every single hit, right? There's weird variability to how this team does its thing. And particularly with Emily, it's a little bit harder, I'd say, to control when Dehya vapes. Weirdly enough, with Nahida, despite her applying more Dendro, I have found it easier to control when Dehya vapes. But it's still a little bit weird.
Not done yet. Fresh and thorough. Look alive. Time to shine.
Oh, okay. Did you use Nahida before Emily? Yes. I still have used Nahida a little bit since Emily released. I just enjoy Emily. The Emily just feels a bit more engaging to play to me. In having to work around trying to balance the uptime on her level 2 skill, because sometimes you can lose it, like it happened against the cube there. So, anyways, well, yeah, I didn't mean vaping every. It's not possible for Dehya to vape every single hit because she is a whatever. I more meant. Vaping every hit that Dehya could possibly vape, right? It wasn't obvious there. There was a lot of instances where Dehya could have vaped, but she didn't necessarily, but she still does get vape sometimes. And you can purposely try to switch targets in a way to control Dehya vaping. It just requires a bit more awareness of things going on, and oftentimes just isn't necessary, because you're doing... One of the things that makes that team so strong, right, is the fact that Farina is buffing her own damage, she's buffing Dehya's damage, she's buffing Emily's damage, and she's buffing Farina's damage, or Sigewinne's damage, right? Farina is doing an all-team buff, and all characters on the team take advantage of it. So it's quite strong. Like you can really abuse Farina's buff when all 4 characters can take advantage of the damage percent. But it also means it's a higher investment team because you need like crit stats on all your characters to get the most value out of it. So, anyways, yeah, this was the Farina build for this, by the way. This was a healing build, like a 300 energy recharge build on Fav, specifically to normally leave Farina on healing mode for Mualani. That's the build I used on Farina there. So, you know, to be clear, I had C2, so like, but C2 is not such a ginormous damage increase for Farina's personal damage that, using this kind of build made her do, you know, a C0 Farina levels of damage. No, she was doing much, much less damage than the C0 Farina could do. But now we're going to make her do damage, and we're also going to put her on Cave Conscious Suit, which is going to buff the other character's damage a little bit too. Well, depending on who's getting vapes, but someone will be getting vapes. It'll be benefiting someone. So, this might be disgusting. Yeah. By the way, when there's an interesting aspect here, when there's 2 energy recharge cards in Abyss, you can kind of abuse that sometimes by tweaking your artifacts around. Like, normally I would say probably I would use this artifact on Farina, but because of those energy recharge cards, I could potentially get away with not using it. I'm going to use it in this instance, I think, but it is something I think that's an interesting consideration of, like, that people don't normally take into account when they think about optimizing their Abyss clears. That is not the one I think I need to use. Damage, HP, great. Is it? Oh, maybe it is. Frick. Thought I had a better circle than that. Oh, it's on Mualani, that's why. Okay, yeah, I'll yoink the one from Mualani. Alright. So this is the build now. I might need more ER than that. If I do need more ER, I can switch to this piece. I think, no, it should be fine. Oh wait, no, I don't need this much ER because I'm double. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Whatever. This is. I'm pretty sure I could switch to an. I forgot I was doing double hydro. I'm doing double hydro. I'm pretty sure I don't even need this much ER. So this is still technically a little bit powered down, but you know it's fine. Particularly considering I have C2. I'm fine with her being a little bit powered down. It's certainly not the. I don't think this is the maximum possible damage I can get from my Farina in this team. Is all I'm saying. But she will definitely be able to burst consistently, and then I won't have to worry about it at all. Won't have to worry about funneling energy, and this is going to give a meaningful buff to her damage and to potentially like Dehya's damage or whatever. So yeah, and this is still with Sigewinne on Aqua. We'll test Sigewinne not on Aqua without, but yeah, it's probably gonna be a bit stronger. I suspect. Should I do a Sethos team in the second side? Can I? No, okay, the problem is I don't know if... The problem is Sethos can't really deal with the second chamber and third chamber, so sorry. I would like to do Sethos, but the second chamber is really not very conducive to him, unfortunately. Second chamber and third chamber. But I could do a Shepard's team with Sethos, I guess, but it's just going to... Because my purpose is testing the first team, so I don't want to waste too much time on the second side is ultimately all it is, so I'm just using a simple, fast team for the second side. Crit.
A little ambiance. Don't be nervous. Just relax.
This is already so much more damage. The clear time I think against this dude is going to be pretty similar because of the time wasting mechanic. Like Dehya's damage contribution didn't really do anything there because I had already, like, Farina doing more damage had already put it down. So this is an interesting example, right? Where in like putting a higher damage build on the character. Oh, I also did this wrong, very wrong. Putting a higher damage build on the character didn't actually necessarily result in increased clear times. But we're just gonna let Farina kill things, I guess. So like that was, I could have definitely cleared faster, to be clear, if I had done that last phase better. But because of the mechanic of the boss, right, it didn't actually result in faster clear times to have a better build. As significant of a faster clear times to have that better build on Farina than it otherwise could have. If I could just consistently, because I lost damage output during that window, right? So anyways, that's one of those things that it's like an important nuance to be aware of when it comes to like thinking about optimizing things, because like when you spreadsheet impact your damage calculation, like, oh my god, that's so much more DPS, you should definitely not put Farina on a stupid build like that. But also you could argue like maybe I do Farina Farina on a 4-piece tenacity build for a slight attack buff for Dehya and Emily's damage, right? Because that maybe it'll be more enjoyable, right? And it doesn't actually make that much of a difference. So anyways, so yep, it's an interesting thing. It's kind of all it is to be aware of, I feel like, as a factor. So often your ability to actually clear, once you reach a certain threshold of investment, does not come down to your builds being better, and it's more just how you deal with a particular situation. I did that to iframe that. Trevor says iframes in her burst if you didn't notice. I'm surprised I managed to dodge all those swings there. I just had some decent dodges. I keep my Dehya on Tenacity Force Regalia because Instructors is a headache with Rio. Yeah, that's fair. HP. No, I don't have energy. Oh, okay, whatever. Don't run. Okay, good, they didn't run. Okay, good. Okay, no, side effect of using my burst before. It's fine. Like, stupid things like, you know, how much energy you have at the start of a chamber can affect your clear times more than, you know... okay, here we go. It can affect your clear times more than... Oops, shit. Oh, I didn't... Oh, that was bad. Okay, whatever. Right, there's many things that affect your clear times more than just, like, your character's constant damage output. Bye, please. Obviously, the team is meaningfully stronger with Farina on a proper bill. Especially with my weapon options. Oop, I meant that was on a melee unit. Whoopsies. Die before your shield comes back. There we go. Good. That one I played a bit better. Yeah, I can show the Arlecchino build after. I think it's like a... If you want a metric of comparison, though, for your Arlecchino, I think it's like top 3% on Overload for Overload Arlecchino on Akasha. Keep in mind, though, that Akasha leaderboard is assuming you're using Bennett to calculate that. In my case, I am using Bennett right now, but, you know, you can also definitely play Overload Arlecchino without Bennett, and that changes the rankings a little bit. But Artifact set and Shivers. I'm using the Song of Days Past set. I do not have C6 Shivers, by the way, yet.
Reconstitute. Look alive. Strike
Okay, you're not even close to having your enemy. It's fine. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Did I properly have the level 2 skill on Emily? I might not have. I did. Good.
Dance with me.
Your sacrifice is ready.
You asked for it. Be a good audience,
There you go. Yeah, meaningfully stronger. Now, like I obviously like I have a strong enough team on the second side that I am very confident I could now power down my Sigewinne. I could power down Emily, right? I could put deathmatch on Emily. I'm not gonna test this much nuance. I could power down Farina again. Not power down Farina as much as I had before. That was obviously a bit silly, but power down Farina to like closer to like what a C0 Farina would be, because right now she's definitely doing more damage than a C0 Farina, obviously. So, but put her on a more realistic build, approaching, right? I could simulate a lower investment version of this team and still clear without a problem. So that's my problem with, you know, Zajef saying Dehya has no viable burning team for her to be using a carry playstyle. Lore behind Unclaimed Emily Con. The lore is that I had enough wishes during Emily's banner that I could get to pity without spending any money, and I was like, you know, I since I do my videos where I spend a certain amount of money, I do a certain number of top-ups for the video concept. I didn't need to save the wishes for Mualani's banner, right? Because I do my video concepts and I make money by doing that. So I can just use my wishes on getting things that I just want, or waste Prima Gems on resin refreshing because I have access to getting characters that is not normal, right? And I had enough to get to 50-50, and I was like, hey, if I lose the 50-50, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll get a Dehya or whatever other standard banner constellation could be fun. It's at least a guarantee. It would be fine, right? And that's what I did. And then I realized like the day after I did that, I was like, wait a minute. The literal concept I had, I was like, you dumbass. You were planning to do a wishing video for Mualani, specifically around trying, like, will $300 trigger the capturing radiance mechanic? And you can't trigger the capturing radiance mechanic if you have a guarantee. And I gave myself a guarantee. And I was like, for the video concept to actually work at all and not just be like baiting people into watching a video that can't even like have any chance of fulfilling the concept, I have to get Emily C1. So that is probably one of the stupidest like things. Like, it's only a problem, that a mistake I made because of the fact that I'm a content creator, right? But it was really dumb in hindsight, because it was like, I think a perfectly reasonable decision for how I was enjoying Emily in the game and the resources I had. And it was fine to lose the 50-50. It wasn't that big of a deal for me to get Emily C1, right? Like, I was not going to spend money to get Emily C1, but I realized I could not be on a guarantee for the concept of the video. So I had to spend money to get Emily C1 to not be on a guarantee. Really dumb of me. I'll probably activate it eventually. Cause I've enjoyed Emily enough that I was at the point where I was pretty sure I was going to want to get Emily C1 when she reran, at least. Now I obviously don't have to. So, you know. It's definitely not a very necessary constellation, particularly if you have her weapon, to say the least. So, now we kind of know how capturing radiance is. Yes, in hindsight, that video basically couldn't possibly... in hindsight, it didn't matter because the capturing radiance was basically impossible to trigger anyways. But at that time, how we thought the capturing radiance mechanic worked, I did think I needed to do that to have a chance of triggering capturing radiance. In hindsight, it was basically impossible anyway. It doesn't matter. But, oh well. It's still... I don't know. The upside, you know, the notable upside is that video, the Mualani wishing video. My goal with those wishing videos is either they're some mix of fun entertainment, right? What am I... fish. There's some mix of fun entertainment and... or notably paying attention to Sigewinne's damage here. Fun entertainment, and she will buff a little bit more with this weapon too, which is why I don't think it's like as much of a downside as you might... Well, okay, she's not buffing that much more in my case because I have R4. But she is technically buffing a little bit more. So, anyways, where did the 55-45 number come from? Mihoyo. The 55-45 number came from Mihoyo. The way the capturing radiance system actually works, and this is how they should have said, Mihoyo should stop being assholes and just say how their stupid systems work, because this is why they actually... by the way, we don't know for sure this is how it works. This is just the best theory, because based on the data we have, it is not possible to trigger capturing radiance without losing at least one 50-50 first. Because basically, the best theory for how the system works that matches the data that we have is that, and this will become more solid of a theory as time goes on, as we get more data, is that it seems to be implemented as a system that prevents players from losing too many 50-50s in a row. So if you lose one 50-50, like when you get a 5-star, if I was to wish right now, I get a 5-star, 50% chance it's Mualani, 50% chance it's a standard banner 5-star. Everything normal, right? And then if I lose that 50-50 though, then I get my guaranteed 5-star, and then now I'm on a 50-50 again, the next 5-star, which is actually what happened to me right now. I actually lost the 50-50 from Mualani, and now if I continue wishing, if I lose the 50-50 again now, because this is my second 50-50 loss in a row, it seems like there's a very small percentage chance of triggering capturing radiance on the second 50-50 loss in a row, but not very high. Like, it's if you lose the 50-50, it's still probably going to be a 50-50. So, anyways, but if you win the 50-50, if I get Mualani without triggering capturing radiance, then it resets it, and I'd have to lose another 50-50 again to see a possible chance of seeing capture radiance. And then, anyways, the data from Musim is that the third 50-50 loss in a row seems to be implemented where, so basically, let's say, you know, I'm wishing on Kenich's banner, and I lose the 50-50 for Kenich, and then get a guaranteed Kenich, which I'm probably not going to get a guaranteed Kenich. If I lose the 50-50, I'm mostly just probably not getting Kenich. Let's say I lose the 50-50 though, and on Knich's banner, then get Knich, and then I'm wishing on Xylanen's banner. Then on Xylanen's banner, since this is the third potential 50-50 loss in a row, if it is a 50-50 loss, the game, the current guess is that the game does a 75% chance check of triggering capturing Radiance and giving me Xylanen anyways. So for that third 50-50 loss in a row. So on top of the 50-50, right? It still does the normal 50% roll of 50% chance for Xylanen, 50% chance for standard banner character. But if it rolls the standard banner character, then it does the additional roll of capturing Radiance. Since it's 3 50-50 losses in a row, 75% chance. Does it sound convoluted? It is convoluted, but it's convoluted in a way that's good. Because the net result is that it's 55-45, right? And that 55-45 comes from like the average acquisition rate across a large number of wishes, right? But this is better than it just being a straight 55-45 because this system as implemented basically prevents you from ever getting too unlucky for too long of stretches of time, essentially, is the way to think about it. So it's 55-45 over a stretch of time, but it lets you, like knowing that it works this way, lets you like if you lose two 50-50s in a row, for example, again, if I like lose a 50-50 for Knich, get a guaranteed Xylanen, I know that I am very, very, very likely to get C1 Xylanen then, after getting the first guaranteed, right? I am very likely to get a C1 Xylanen with the next 5-star. Like I'd have to get quite unlucky to not get it. And if I do get that unlucky where I don't get it on the third, I still lose the 50-50, the third one in a row, then the fourth one seems to be guaranteed. The current data we have seen nobody lose more than 3 50-50s in a row. So it's basically a pity system for 50-50 losses is what Capture Radiance seems to be. And that makes a lot more sense for why it's like a separate animation and all that, right? Because if it was just like them increasing the base chance of getting a character, why make it a separate animation? Why not just increase the base chance, right? And that's because it actually is a separate mechanic. But for some reason, Mihoyo just doesn't want to actually tell us how this actually works. And we just have to figure it out ourselves. So, hello, Thumin. But yeah, it's definitely better than an additional 5% because if you're tracking your stuff properly, you know how the system works. You can factor that in for how you do your wishes. So if you get unlucky, you get 50-50 loss guarantee, 50-50 loss guarantee in particular. Like don't expect the second 50-50 loss to have a meaningful chance of triggering it from the current data we have at least. But once you're on that third potential 50-50 loss in a row, it's fairly safe to assume if you've lost two 50-50s in a row, it's fairly, and by the way, this has only been tracked from version 5.0 onwards, not pre 5.0. So most players will not see an effect of this for a while. But anyways, so yeah, if you get two 50-50 losses in a row, your next 5-star, you could be pretty confident, even though there's still a chance of getting a standard banner character. It's a very, very high chance your 5-star will be the limited character, either by winning the 50-50 or by triggering Radiance, is essentially what it is. It is the simplified way to think about it. And you can use that, in cases, like in my case, again, like if I end up losing a 50-50 on Knich, and then I save a guarantee for Xylanen, get my guaranteed Xylanen, I can use that to know that significantly increases the like how I could make decisions in order to like evaluate spending wishes on a character banner or saving wishes, right? Or spending on my weapon banner, because I could know that I am much more likely to get Xylanen C1 because of the fact that I had lost two 50-50s previously, is kind of how it is. So, Anyways. Can you tell us why you're so hyped for Xylanen besides the thighs? I'm not really necessarily hyped for her, other than, I don't know, like, I do like that, like, I can see team, for example, this team, if I go, imagine I put Kazuha in this team instead of, Emily, right? The theoretical value of that is like, oh, Kazuha could buff hydro damage and buff my pyro damage meaningfully, right? Like, and do grouping. Like, Kazuha could be very valuable. And I played this team actually, I think last night, a little bit with Kazuha. And it does work. I'd say it's meaningfully worse than the Dendro variations of this team. So, I don't like it more. But it is a way of seeing like a fun number. So we're doing 25k in Sigewinne versus the 30k we were doing before. Right. Like obviously Aqua was more damage. But so right, that already immediately proves to me how can we stop draining my HP? You know, you definitely don't need Aqua to be able to get some meaningful damage value from Sigewinne here. Which is why I leveled the weapon up. Oh, I just shouldn't have done that. That was dumb. God, frick me. God. I kind of scuffed everything here, but it's fine. Okay, we're just gonna just die, please. I scuffed that in the last phase again. The cube is stupid as far as like optimizing your clears. It definitely comes down to some RNG in the last phase and some just being smart with a little bit of things. But anyways, I've only been seeing this Kinich guys. Is there another character releasing with them? No, there's not any other new character with Kinich. But it's Chevreuse, Toma, Sara on the banner, which Chevreuse and Sara are not relevant for Kinich, but at least Toma is on Kinich's banner, which is he's a good teammate for him. So, you know, Toma was a good decision. I think I had a stream a while back where I was like, the only possible I said that I thought that Kinich Raiden banner was going to be Chevreuse, Sara, and Toma. Oops. Because like Sara and Chevreuse, like Chevreuse needed a rerun, and they originally ran her on Raiden, so I figured they were going to rerun her with Raiden. And then Sara, they always run with Raiden, so that was like those two were relatively obvious. So, Chevreuse was like a little bit iffy, but like it would have been surprising if Chevreuse was not on the banner. And then Toma was like, okay, if Chevreuse and Sara are on the banner for Raiden, they need to put some 4-star that has some synergy with Toma, or for Kinich, right? They can't put Kinich on a banner and just completely F over any kind of player that might also need to get other characters on the banner to make Kinich functional. Like, they almost always do that. It's very rare that they don't pair characters on a banner that aren't functional at making like the 5-star character better in some way, right? Like that's part of the reason like Bennett is with Bennett is probably not here for Mualani, right? You can do Bennett with Mualani teams for various potential reasons. But like Bennett is here because of Kazuha. Kazuha and Bennett is a very strong core. And there's a good reason to do that. Sinyan is here maybe because Sinyan can actually work with Mualani, and Kachina is new, but Kachina also notably can be a decent, it's simple, accessible, low investment buffer for Mualani, right? So, you know, like Toma was the only obvious unit for them to put as a 4-star for Kinich. So, you know, I'm just going to say, called it. Is Chiori C1 for Navia teams? I mean, not just Navia teams, particularly with Zenless releasing now, I would say. Yeah, we're still getting plenty good damage. Okay, I'm not going to burst on you. We're still getting plenty good damage. This, like, another annoying thing about him. See, you got the teleporting one. Yep, had to wait for him. Benefit of teleporting one is we can do that. Near the dude. Oh, I need to switch off of him mode. I just turned off her Hydro application so it wasn't draining HP. I am not even gonna bother. There we go. That was a 50k hit, I think, from Dehya's skill off field. So, triple Geo Navia teams available with Kachina Zylonin? No, I wouldn't do it. Because Zylonin loses, like, you're gonna lose a lot of value from Zylonin by playing her with triple Geo, basically. Yeah, no, not without C2 at least, but like, just do double Geo with Zylonin. Like, it's fine. Mono Geo isn't actually worth doing. To get Xilanen to buff another Geo teammate, you need to do double Geo, basically. And like at C2, you can technically do mono Geo or 3 Geo teammates, and Xilanen will buff from off-field still. I still don't think that's worthwhile to do though, even if you have C2, because she won't be healing. Like, the only advantage is that Xilanen can now do a little bit more damage in that context, but not, it's like very whatever. So, yeah, no, basically. Don't do triple Geo Xilanen. That's the TLDR. Do double Geo, or you do or pair her with yeah, do double Geo and pair her with 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, Anima teammates for Navia, basically. Bro, why? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay, well, I have just, okay, we're just gonna, let's see, non-Farina buff Sigewinne, it's gonna be much less damage, especially when we didn't get any crit stacks there. Oops. I don't know. Turns out Farina buff is important. Almost like Sigewinne may have been designed around Farina. It's a crazy idea, though. I know. I forgot to Emily. Okay. I'm just gonna wait because I want to reset things properly. Okay, so ignore the clear time in this one because let's just restart. Yeah, Xilanen will still be best in slot for Navia teams, for sure. Just not triple Geo Navia teams. Oh gosh. Okay. Funnel energy. There we go. Here we go. Just a little bit better. Oh, I'm stuck in the dead bodies. Oh, that was fine. Okay, thankfully I was near where they spawned. Otherwise that would have been a bad mistake. You're dead. Is Xilanen not a good healer? No, she is a good healer. That's why you probably want to do double Geo, because if you're doing triple Geo, she's not going to heal. And at C0, she also wouldn't be buffing Geo. Because she loses her Geo samples, I think, or something with triple Geo. I don't remember exactly the wording on it to explain it off the top of my head, but that is, I believe, what I recall. Don't do triple Geo Xilanen. That's all. And if you want Xilanen to heal, you do need to do 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates. If you don't do 2 Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammates, she will not heal. Get it before it gets the shield up. Frick. 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 Power through it. Oh boy. There we go. My Chiori is getting replaced in Navia teams so early. I mean, to be clear, I don't know. Chiori should still be pretty good, particularly if you're doing like Farina Navia teams. I think Chiori is still potentially pretty decent. I don't know how Xilanen compares to Chiori when you are doing Navia Farina, but I think it might depend a little bit. I don't think like it's necessarily she's just an objective replacement. Like keep in mind like Chiori's a damage dealer, and that has some upside in many ways of like you know how like I've been doing Abyss clears where this team I don't have to burst on Dehya, right? I don't have to like have a skill up. I don't have to have stacks on Navia's skill to be able to kill the last enemy, because, you know, I have other off-field damage going on. Same thing with Chiori. Is a big advantage of Chiori is like she can be doing her off-field damage constantly. That doesn't require you to like have to like build up stacks for an extra set of crystallized things. Like Chiori being a separate damage dealer and being close to the same overall team DPS, even if Zylan is better, Chiori could be situationally make it so you get faster clear times, even if it's worse on paper DPS, right?
It's my lucky day.
Your stream makes you want to pull Dehya so badly. I mean, you can't pull her, but, you know, I don't blame you. She's still one of the most mechanically unique characters in the game, and I think that makes her super fun to play and think about playing, but she's not, you know, so absurdly strong. And, oh yeah, she just makes sense to build and invest as much as I have. Like, no. This is something because I like her kit, and I like thinking about how to use her. I find it very engaging. So, you know. Did I burst on...
Careful.
I forgot to do that, though. That's what.
You asked for it. Be a good audience, won't you?
Yeah, we're getting like, obviously, yeah, anyway, whatever. Again, I could properly test this team by, you know, the full powered down version of this team, trying to get as close as possible to simulating, you know, not having Frina C2, not having Emily's weapon would be the proper lowest investment version of this team to prove it, prove its viability, but, I think suffice to say, it is strong enough in a number of ways. There's enough layers of interaction going on here that are causing meaningful amounts of damage, and it's engaging to me to play around with paying attention to auras on the enemy and trying to, like, I wasn't doing that much of that in those attempts there, but you can do some nuance, particularly with multiple enemies, and trying to switch targets in order to get like more damage out of Dehya. Or Farina purposely, right? Ultimately, it's very simple to play because of the fact that if Farina vapes, then Farina's getting big damage. If Dehya vapes, Dehya's getting big damage, right? Like, I don't know. I don't like the mentality that it's like, oh, completely stupid to do carry Dehya because you're not actually vaping on her. Like, but she's part of it enabling Farina to vape in that context, and that is a big part of what makes the team strong. And she's still dealing meaningful damage of her own. Does it take investment? Yeah, but so do a lot of characters, so... Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, wanted to like the team a lot, but it's definitely a higher investment team. It uses 4 5 stars, 3 of them are limited 5 stars, you know, yada yada. Not saying this is the smartest thing to aim for, but if you like Dehya's mechanics as much as I do, like the character as much as I do, for whatever reason, you know, this could be a potential thing to aim for, because, you know, Emily is a compelling unit to use, not just with Dehya, for, you know, many teams. Farina is a compelling unit to get for many contexts, and Sigewinne is a character that's compelling to get for many contexts. Like, so this is a team you can do because you pull characters that are relevant for many other reasons, other than, to be clear, Sigewinne's other contexts are Farina contexts, right? But this is a team, like, I don't know if it makes sense to specifically aim for, right? But it's a team you can do as a side effect of getting these other compelling units, right? And it's like a benefit of getting these units, is that you can do teams like this. And again, Emily is probably the least necessary unit in this team, because Nahida, the team performs very similar with Nahida. It's not crazily different, is what I would say. But anyways. Have you tried Dehya Mona vapes? Yep, I don't like it. Sorry. I don't like Mona. Her buff duration uptime and like forcing like how she forces rotations is not enjoyable. Like again, like the dynamic in this team is like being able to do something with the contributing like stuff with the burning interaction, but also like what do I do with the field time that's short, like Dehya's short field time window for her burst lining up with the short field time short uptime of Mona's buff is cool, but you're not actually doing anything with the extra time you have with another on-fielder. You just are using a unit that normally is bad that is less bad in this context, right? So I don't know. I don't like Mona as a buffer. I'm sorry. I don't like how it forces rotations to be very, very specific. I don't like Mona's ER needs. It basically is it's basically a hyper carry Dehya team, and Dehya is not good enough to be played as a hyper carry, right? Her own multipliers are not good enough to do that. You have to do something more in the conjunction of the entire mix of the team's damage, not just Dehya. So that's my take on Mona with Dehya. I do not like it. If you want to try to play hyper carry Dehya, it's fun. I guess very quick, I want to show the Kazuha variation of this team, because you'll see the problems with it, but Zenless has some potential significant upsides over Kazuha in this team instead of Emily, so removing the Dendro, right? And I think Dendro is a big part of what makes this team a lot of fun. But as far as talking about Natlan things goes, Zenless, I don't know why I selected you. Zenless could be a significant upgrade over Kazuha. Healing is kind of whatever in this context, because I have I have Sigewinne here, right? But the extra healing isn't bad, particularly if you have a C0 Frina. It should help you get some damage when it stacks faster, help you stay alive more. Cool. But more notably, the buff Zenless gives. Zenless, the artifacts that you'll have to pick which damage bonus you want, if you want Hydro damage bonus or Pyro damage bonus. But she will give easy res shred to Pyro and Hydro, so she will buff Hydro. The only way to buff Hydro with the VV res shred, right, from the artifact set in Kazuha, is if you swirl Hydro and Pyro at the same time, by like having Pyro on enemies and having Hydro on enemies at the same time. Otherwise, you have to do things like with self Pyro application from like Bennett Burst. Dehya doesn't do that. So point is, you don't really consistently get Pyro swirls and Hydro swirls at the same time in this team, which means you're buffing either Pyro or Hydro, basically never both. The only reason I'm showing this is to show like how high you can actually get Dehya's damage to go from off field. So that's what I want to show here, and Zenless should just be quite a bit better other than the loss of the grouping, right? Which I think is interesting. So this is an example where Zenless fulfills a void wherein like that makes this more compelling. I did that wrong. I need to swirl swirl Pyro. Nope. Okay. All right. Buff going. What do we see? 37k? 38k? Yeah. I'm getting 40k vapes from Dehya off field, right? Right, this is with Sigewinne on her powered down build still. Right. It's still obviously pretty decent damage. And I didn't Dehya burst there, right? This is just Frina on her strong. Frina's on her strong build, obviously. And Frina was dealing a meaningful amount of damage, but getting 40k ticks of Dehya's skill damage off field is pretty significant. I think I might have lost VV buff there, I'll be honest. But point is, like, VV is quite hard to like keep meaningful uptime on in this context, and to a degree that, like, there we go. There's 41k, right? And then we can Dehya burst, right? It's not bad at all. But Zenless should just give greater uptime on both elements. It would be meaningfully stronger, and probably much more enjoyable to play, because it's quite hard to get the buffs with consistent uptime. There's no good way to rotate with that team in a way that gives you buffs. There might be some situations where it's stronger with Kazuha because of grouping and whatever, and able to get double swirls by having multiple enemies exist with different auras at once, elemental auras at once, but Zenless should be much more easy to play. The only difference would be, like, you gotta, it'll be choose if I want Pyro damage bonus or choose if I want Hydro damage bonus for the artifact set on Zenless, but the res shred will be guaranteed for both elements. So, anyways, yeah. Why are Kani's burn melt teams not talked about right now? Cause what cryo off fielder? Cause Kaniche is an on fielder. What? Look at the cryo units in the game. To be clear, I'm not saying you can't do it. I think that is a fun idea that I hadn't actually considered much. But there's not really that meaningful of cryo units that do off-field cryo in the game. There's Rosaria, there is Kaya. It Ganyu burst, I guess. Right. No, Chi-Chi does not count, I'm sorry. Like Rosaria is probably the most compelling option there, and I think that'd be a fun option. But it's a problem of, like, you know, instead of doing Rosaria, you could do Farina. Like, that's the problem with cryo right now. I hope they release a off-field cryo DPS that does do meaningful damage, and I hope it doesn't take until next year with the cryo Archon. So I don't know. Like, it's part of the reason, like, not Kaniche specifically, but Rosaria being the most, in my opinion, the most compelling off-field cryo DPS, since, especially because she does weird things like her physical res shred at C6. I do want to level her up. So, you know, and I've shown on Poems Only you can get her to, you know, with doing Shenhe, you can get meaningful damage out of her. So I don't know. You could do it again. This is like I think like Burn Melt, like Rosaria, Kaniche, Pyro Archon, assuming the Pyro Archon does off-field damage buffing, or off-field pyro damage and does some attack buffing. Like, that could be a pretty meaningful, strong team. You could do like Bennett, Kaniche, Pyro Archon, Rosaria or something, right? And Rosaria can snapshot Bennett, by the way. So that means she can have her burst have Bennett's buff when you cast it. And yeah, I don't know. All right, like there's some fun potential for it, but I think it also still might be missing the magic piece of the Pyro Archon will enable it to be better. Kaya is an option too, by the way, but Kaya doesn't apply as much cryo, and doesn't do, you know, some buffing. Like, at least Rosaria does some crit rate buffing on top, so she can increase your team's DPS that way. Sit Lolly is coming. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But she's also, like, the one bit of information we have is that supposedly she's a cryo shielder. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. But we'll see. I don't know. They've been the Zenless exists. She's pretty dang strong. She's a defensive unit that also does a shit ton of buffing. So maybe Sit Lolly is a defensive cryo shielder that does a bunch of damage off field. We'll see. Will the Pyro Archon be playable? I imagine yes. So, anyways, Charlotte can be off field. I mean, yes, but Charlotte is not going to do that much damage. She does have some fun front-loaded damage potential. I plan to revisit DPS Charlotte with Shenhe's release. I have pre-farmed for it forever. I pre-farmed for her like 3-4 months ago, I think. Like, but yeah, the damage from her is not that significant. Like 11%. But she can front load some cryo application notably with it, and when you factor in Shenhe being a flat damage buff, Shenhe can actually make that when you're like melting on her, if you have a decent amount of pyro application up, which, you know, I don't know what the team will look like. I'm gonna mess around with it, but I need Shenhe to actually properly mess around with it. Yeah, she has 11% scaling at level 9 on her camera damage, which the 100% multiplier is also not very high. But that's her initial cast. 11% multiplier is the follow. So it's valuable for like doing some quick front-loaded cryo. People have used bursts on Charlotte to be able to melt on every one of like D-Luke's skills, which is kind of cool. But it's pretty niche, right? But Shenhe should make it actually surprisingly more usable than you might expect. Anyways, let's go over to Poems Only quick. And I think I'm just gonna do, wait, I didn't even use my resonance. Oops. Okay, well, we'll go to Poems Only in a second. I should have, the map is too big to do manual scrolling anymore. finish my farming. I was gonna consider doing theater on polearms only today, but honestly, I think I'll save that for tomorrow. We're gonna be doing Abyss things tomorrow, anyways. May as well do theater tomorrow as well on polearms only. It should be fun. Well, that's the plan. It might be Tuesday, by the way. It might be Tuesday instead. Either Tuesday or tomorrow. Depends how much reading I get done today. Hopefully tomorrow, though. If I get done with my reading tonight, I will schedule it, and you can keep an eye for it on my page. But, I've done enough. I think I've done enough combat things already this stream. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I do think this team is an interesting example of, you know, a team where you could conceive of Zylonen doing something that was not possible before, right? I didn't do burning things, but whatever. They would be dead already if I had done Emily, but I'm just gonna let them die from Farina. Please. There we go. Oh yeah. Wait, switch back to higher damage. So yeah, suffice to say, especially considering this was an R4 Aqua, you know, going from like 24,000 to 30,000 damage, that's not meaningless. That's a meaningful damage upgrade. It's like 25%. That is significant. But it's an R4 Aqua. Like, I think it'd probably be like 15% better just with R1 Aqua alone, I'm guessing, at a baseline, but it's just like very not needed, I feel like, to get value out of like building some crit stats and using Sigewinne in this way. Right. That's my vibe with that weapon there. So glad I leveled it up to test it. Probably won't talk about it that much in the future. Hey, crit damage ER. I mean, sure. If only it was crit rate ER, but oh well. Sure, you know, whatever. I don't know. I gotta double check. I think I have a healing bonus circle. I plan to have 2 builds for Zylonen. One will be a DPS build with this artifact set, and then one will be a completely healing focus build, like maximize healing focus build on this set. Because when I'm putting Zylonen on this set, I don't think I will care about her damage at all. So I basically just want healing bonus and ER, and then crit rate for Fav. So that is not the ideal piece, is my point. So I'm going to actually check. Do I have healing bonus? Oh, I have crit rate attack. Okay, that one is also very meh. So they're both meh, which means this one might be relevant because it rolls ER. Or not. Alright, well, I'll just keep the other one then, because the other one at least has crit rate, which is better for Fav. Should probably Farina Burst, now that I think about it. I was never doing that, I think, in the Abyss there. I should probably Farina Burst before... these things might be pyro resistant, I'm not 100% sure though. I might have a stroke. Farina Burst before Emily Burst, to get some damage bonus for Emily Burst. Right. Okay, I mean, wrong set, but like, I'll take it. You know, like it's not technically valueless to build crit on Zylonen. Like, you could technically have a universal build on this set. Like Zylonen, you could do DPS version of Zylonen without doing this set, right? You could just keep her on this set by having artifacts like these, so I'll take it. I'm not gonna bother leveling it right now though, because I don't need it. This is a flower, right? I think I have... Do I have a... I don't know. I think I already have a double crit 4-line flower, though. It would have been better if that was a feather. This is weird. Like, crit damage is the most valuable stat on this set, so, like, I should keep this and level it up. But also, it's a low roll with 2 flat stats. And I don't know how many... Yeah, I don't know how many Night Soul characters I'll actually want to know if I need a lot of extra pieces of this set, is my vibe. So I don't know. Yeah, only one relevant stat is sad, but it was a 3-line to be clear, right? So it could have 2 relevant stats. I just don't even think it's worth the... Okay, sure. I just don't even think it's like worth the like the XP to level it to 4. And it's just too unlikely for me to care. It basically has to roll what ER, right? Sure, I guess. I don't know. It could be good. I should probably level it to 4. I should. I don't know. That's it. Can I crown Emily? I mean, that's not for me to decide. I think it's for you to decide. I mean, I'll lock it, I guess. No. No. Alright. Well, that was exciting. It's like Furina with Mara Sussy Hunter. Do you think Mavuika can enable Natlan units to use the Obsidian set? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Don't assume that, though. I don't think that's a reason to farm the set right now. It was not a reason to farm MH before we saw Furina in beta in version 5.1. And we're not going to see Mavuika until 5.3. So that would be 5.2 beta, so a while. And Mavuika coming out in 5.3 makes me think they're going to release an artifact set that's different from these, just for her. And another artifact set along with it too, such that like it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, oh, now they want us to farm a new artifact set, so they like, yeah, I don't know. I am leaning towards no. I don't see why they would do that. It's not that significant of a value add, I feel like, to the kit of the character, when we already have access to doing that with Furina. So, you know, don't count on it. That's all. Mulan's burst worth crowning. Basically, no abilities are worth crowning in the game, other than like, in my opinion, the 2 abilities that are worth crowning in the game right now are Furina burst and Bennett burst. Like because the reason being is because they benefit more than just like this character's damage. They benefit many characters' damage for the amount of resources put in. Xylanen's skill, because it scales on her res, that's how her res shred increase, is also probably one of those rare abilities. Yeah. So to be clear, I have crowned many other abilities. I crowned Arlecchino's normal attack. If you really, I imagine if you like Mulani, part of the enjoyment from her for you is probably seeing a really big number from her burst. And if you think you're going to get meaningful value of that over time, right, then it very well may be worthwhile for you to crown her burst. I'm not going to, because the amount of enjoyment it would, I get plenty of value at 99.3% scaling. Getting an additional 6% scaling is not going to, oh my god, this character is different. It's the different, like, no, right? It's just a slightly bigger number, but if that's what you enjoy, you know, maybe it is worthwhile. You know, I don't know. It's for you to decide. On a how much resources it takes level, I don't think it's worthwhile, but it also depends on what other things you could be using your resources on. So, yep. How would a new artifact set top the 40% damage bonus set? If the Pyro Archon applies a meaningful amount of Pyro, which I sure hope she does, because it would kind of suck if the Pyro Archon doesn't apply much Pyro, this artifact set would not be this support artifact set. I've rambled about this before, wherein before we learned that Mavuika was coming in 5.3, I was very confident. I was pretty confident that that they were going to make Mavuika not apply much Pyro because of how this set works. Now this set says, after the equipping character triggers a reaction related to their elemental type, right? And a very big part of the reason that we want the Pyro Archon to apply a lot of Pyro is because that would enable her to, you know, say she applies the underlying Pyro so that you can vape on your Mualani, right? Or vape on other Hydra units, or she applies the underlying Pyro so that you can trigger Melt on your Cryo units while she also like buffs the team and deals her own damage, right? If she is applying enough Pyro such that Pyro is on the enemy at a baseline, she's not triggering reactions she's not triggering the reaction. She's applying the underlying aura for someone else to trigger the reaction. Which means in those teams, the Pyro Archon wouldn't make sense to put in the set, right? And they always make as far as the kit goes, even if she's not the Archon in lore for whatever reason, as far as the kit goes, it always has seemed like they try to make an artifact set for the Archon that is pretty universal. And this would be if the Pyro Archon applies a meaningful amount of Pyro, this would be a very clunky set for her. The likelihood she will not trigger a Pyro reaction in 15 seconds is super low. No, it is not. If you just keep her, if she just keeps on applying, like if it's just constant uptime, look at Farina, constant uptime, like where she's just constantly applying Hydro, right? If she's just constantly applying Pyro with infinite uptime, right? You will not consistently be triggering a reaction. If she in a team where you're using her Pyro to do something else. Like, we want the Pyro Archon to be useful for doing something else with her Pyro. The only way that this set would actually make sense on her if she doesn't apply that much Pyro, right? Like, if she applied a Dehya level of Pyro, this would be a compelling universal set for her. So, like I don't think they intend this set to be for the Pyro Archon. That's my current theory. If she ends up having low Pyro application, then maybe this is the intended set. If they don't enter, they could just not release a new artifact set in 5.3, right? They don't have to release an artifact set in version 5.3. It would be breaking their pattern, but they don't have to follow their pattern. It's only a pattern until they stop following it. So yeah, I think they're going to make a different artifact set for the Pyro Archon, which is going to be annoying as shit, releasing the Archon with an artifact set that is made for her. But we'll see. I suspect this artifact, she will probably still do something with the Night Soul state. I'd be surprised if she didn't. So I suspect this artifact set will still be usable on her, but only in context where she is triggering the reactions consistently, right? Like if you're triggering meaningful amounts of vapes on her with, like, you're pairing her with Farina. Farina's applying Hydro, and that means you're probably triggering meaningful vapes with the Pyro Archon. But if you're using her to apply underlying Pyro to, trigger melts or trigger vaporizes with your Hydro unit, not with vaporizes on Mavuika herself, then this set does not make sense, right? That's basically it is. We'll see though. I could be wrong. Yeah, this set is designed in a pretty specific way, and it is more clunky than than most players realize, right? It is kind of all it is, and it's more clunky than I think they would want the artifact set for the Archon to be if the Archon applies a lot of Pyro, because it would not be very universal, and it would just, like, the 4-piece set would do nothing, potentially, if the Pyro Archon applies a lot of Pyro. There would be people who would be gaining no value from having the 4-piece bonus in certain teams. And I don't think they want that for the Archon. The Archon might just be a DPS. I mean, that's a good way to make a lot of people not pull for her. I doubt that. But also, what do you mean by DPS, Nizar? Are you implying off-field damage? Like, she will be a DPS. She will probably not just be a DPS. That would be quite surprising. Yeah, she will probably do damage. That would be weird if she didn't, I would say. But I feel like you're implying she won't be an off-field DPS. Most people, when they say DPS, they have the conception of on-field carry. Like technically every character in this game is a DPS. It's just how much DPS. DPS is damage per second. How much DPS is Charlotte? Very little. But she does do DPS. She technically is a DPS. So I'm sorry to be a nitpicky butthole. But, like, yes, the Pyro Archon will probably do a meaningful amount of damage. She will probably not just be doing damage, though. And she probably will be an off-field damage dealer. She might do some on-field component, right? They're doing a modal thing with Zenless, where the way her abilities work is that if you want to DPS Zenless, you have to change the team formatting around a little bit to DPS her, basically. But you can DPS her. It's an either or. Do DPS, do more supportive utility, or defensive utility specifically. So, anyways, she could have the option, yes, but it'll probably be an either or thing, not both at the same time, most likely. I'd be surprised if they did both at the same time, because both at the same time wouldn't really mean anything other than they're just really fucking strong. But I don't know, maybe they'll just make her really overpowered. like make her do Farina levels of off-field damage and buffing, and she, if you want to on fielder, she does even more damage. That they could technically do that. I think it would make more sense for them to do a modal kit, though. I think it'd be kind of boring for them to pigeonhole her best personal performance output being needing to on-fielder, but we'll see. Anyways, yeah, it could. She could be like Raiden. The way this support artifact set work is what gave me the original thinking that I thought Mavuika would just end up being like a Pyro Raiden. But I don't think she will be anymore. I'd be surprised. There is too much need for a non-Bennett attack buffer, and it feels too obvious to me that they're just gonna do that for the Pyro Archon's kit. I don't know how much attack buffing. I hope she doesn't just power creep Bennett. I don't think that's what we need. But we'll see. We'll see. No idea. All these are just like vibes I've gotten because of like patterns I see. Not patterns. Patterns is the wrong word, but like trends I see in how they design their characters and how many characters feel to play, and how like characters seem to be balanced, and like things like the fact that Kaniche will be awkward with Bennett, right? Things like the fact that, you know, whatever attack scalers can be awkward with Bennett. Like, it's been clear for a while now that they've been designing units in a way that, like, they're pretty mobile, for example. And units that are really mobile, you know, when you're moving around with, like, one of the things I like the most about Arlecchino is how quickly and freely she can move around the field. Well, if you're moving around a lot with Arlecchino in a situation, then Bennett can be not ideal for her. But normally you want to use Bennett with her because it's a very significant damage increase for her. At the same time, it's also not necessary. She's strong enough that you definitely don't need to use Bennett. But still, you will notice the difference, right? I very much suspect the Pyro Archon will do attack buffing, basically. There's need for non-Bennett attack buffers in the game that are more universal. But the Pyro Archon will probably do Pyro application, and one upside of Bennett is him not doing constant Pyro application. Means he doesn't interfere with other things going on, and so Bennett will still have relevance. I imagine the Pyro Archon will not heal. Bennett healing and doing buffing, you know, is an upside of him too. So yeah. Anyways, I think the Pyro Archon is going to be a weird fusion of Bennett and Xiangling. She's not going to be 100% better than either of them, but she's going to be a role consolidation unit. That also just gives us more options for attack buffers, and she's probably going to be very strong, right? And D-circle impacts of the game, hopefully. A little bit. So, anyways, we'll see. Zenless heals and buffs attack. Zenless only buffs attack at C2 for Pyro units specifically. She doesn't just buff attack universally at C2. That's a very different thing. It's also only a 40% attack buff. Like, it's one of the weaker components. It might be the weakest component, honestly. What is it? It's like crit damage bonus. What is the oh yeah, it's HP for Hydra. Yeah, I know. I think the Pyro buff from Xiaolin and C2 is the weakest buff. So no, Xiaolin is not an attack buffer. She can attack buff with C2 for Pyro units specifically. Not a team-wide attack buff though. It is a specific unit attack buff with a C2 of a 5-star. So, anyways. What were those things I got? Garbage. I accidentally threw away a ER timepiece. Okay, this course, the game wants to give me all the def pieces with ER, but not a single with crit rate. Yeah, I threw away my ER timepiece because I'm stupid. I thought I had another one for some reason, and I threw away one that was leveled to 12 that had garbage substats, and I did not have another one. So now, of course, I need another one. I don't need another one, but I need to have the option of having another one, right? Because it's the support set, so ER is usually an important thing to have on the support set. Anyways, I got this Sands, by the way. I think this might have been actually from Exploration. I think I got this def percent piece, timepiece, and the Sands. So this could be a good Kniech piece, I think. And then I have, this is okay. I have, of course, the game has trolled me, right? And it's given me a bunch of crit rate rolls. My flower situation is not great. Yeah, so I gotten double crit ER, double crit 4-line attack percent, like, but no, can't give me that on the set that crit matters more on. Nonsense. Oh well. Let's see if this rolls well. Could be better for Kniech. Oh, nice. Well, I mean, I think attack percent might have actually been better in my case because of the fact that I have, you know, this piece with a bunch of crit rate and this peach with a bunch of crit. And I'm not guaranteed to get Kniech, obviously, but you know, the point. We're gonna see if this rolls ER. Nope. Bye. Okay. Sure. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, this could still be a valuable piece, and it could replace this piece too if it rolls decently enough. This piece is only like, okay, it's decent on DPS on Arlecchino. It's kind of meh on anyone else, but it's an option for now. Leveled this yesterday. I was actually leveling this yesterday for an option for Farina, and it rolled poo poo. I mean, not useless to be clear, but I have other circlets that have a bunch of ER. The EM makes it tempting to keep. Like, it technically has 0 dead stats, but it's 0 dead stats, and it's just, no. It's so very meh. A high roll crit damage, double min roll crit rate, and a def roll. It's so meh. It's so extremely meh. Okay. I've gotten so many low rolls on these artifacts. I don't think I really need that. I really don't think I need this. That's extremely meh. Like, oh man, like my investment on this account is like in a state wherein I do kind of need. Okay, you know what? Fine, I'll take you up on your offer. See, this is why, you know, this is I told you I should have leveled it to 4. My account is in a state where like I need, even though this 4-piece bonus of this set is quite strong, I need artifacts to roll better than that, I think, for them to be relevant versus my 2-piece combos. It's kind of all it is ultimately. But I'm getting all crit rate rolls in the crit rate set, man. And then just a def roll. Frick you, game. I just... Bruh. Like, to be clear, this is a better piece than the other one. Well, barring the ER being important. The other one was better if I need the ER. But... I'll be honest, this is a 4-line with crit rate, ER, attack percent. I really kind of want to throw it into this piece. After that last bad roll. If it rolled crit damage, the last roll, it would have been, alright, cracked piece. A little bit annoying to have so much crit rate on the set that gets 40% crit rate. Like, I think with this piece, and this piece, and this piece with a Serpent Spine on my Kniech, I'd be overcapping crit rate. I'm pretty confident. Because the game has just trolled me and given me all crit rate rolls and no crit damage rolls on the crit rate set. And again, I might not get Kniech, so it's not necessarily that much of a problem. I'm just using it as an example. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure, you know, a bunch of attack percent rolls would have been meaningfully better in this case. I don't know. I'm not gonna throw it away right now. I think I'm gonna leave it unlocked though. Yeah. Has crit rate become more common after MH came out? Honestly, it would not surprise me. I haven't looked at any data, I guess. I've just assumed that they haven't changed anything. It's technically possible that they did change the balances of these rolls. and made crit rate more common, which would be an absolute troll if they did so. So, yeah. Anyways. Oh well. It's not a bad artifact. It's just, I don't think useful relative to the other conjunction of pieces I have already. Which is odd. But, anyways. Oh well. Let's go to poems, only doing my farming quick there. And then that'd be the stream. Any last minute thoughts on Natlan for anyone, from anyone? I don't know if I don't know what I feel like I almost assuredly missed something that is probably relevant to talk about, but also in Chaska. I mean, she's not in. I meant more like 5.0 specifically. Chaska doesn't exist yet. I haven't done any of the story that includes Chaska, so if you're asking for my thoughts on her as a character, I have no thoughts. We will see what her kit looks like soon-ish, because she's supposedly in 5.2. So, we will know soon. Can you just signature weapon? Meh. The craftable weapon's pretty decent. Use the craftable. That's my take. If you adore Kaniche, is it worth getting it? I don't know, maybe. Maybe. That's on you to decide, though. Is it worth it on the objective level for the damage increase? Is it going to be the difference maker between you clearing or not? Probably not. I would hope. But maybe it is. I don't know. Thoughts on Night Soul? It's the gimmick for the region. Like, it means nothing. It's just it's just a gimmick for the region. Obviously, it has lore things going on or whatever, but it's just the word they use for the region that you need to be aware of. When things say Night Soul, in character's kit, it means you can use these artifacts. That's literally all it matters for. And how exactly they drain, how exactly they use Night Soul does matter a little bit, potentially, for how they can use the artifacts. Like, for example, Kachina, if you, without C2, if you burst on Kachina, she doesn't have Night Soul, so Kachina does Geo application when you burst, but if you don't do her skill first before you burst, she won't be in Night Soul state, and therefore she will not trigger the 4-piece bonus with a Crystallize from her burst. For the full 40% damage bonus, it'd only be 12%, right? So, you know, there is some nuance to be aware of with that, but that's the individual specifics of a character kit. Ultimately, all it matters for is it's a word that is required to be present to trigger a condition in an artifact set. That's it. That's what Night Soul is. It's just a gimmick that's used for a trigger condition. Yep. I have C1 to 2 Zylan or R1. Because of the fact that I'm more interested in messing around with C, I don't want her weapon, basically. Her weapon could be good. The one thing I like about weapons, as far as particularly for supportive units like Zylan, is the fact that, you know, like, I can't turn off, if I get C2 Zylan, I can't turn off C2 Zylan, but I can turn off her weapon by not equipping it. Right. You can turn off 5-star weapons. So that's the one potential selling point of getting her weapon over going for C2. But the reason I'm going for C2, or not going for it, I haven't committed to it or anything. The reason I am more interested in C2 is not the bonus damage. It's not the stats, right? Like, her weapon basically is just additional stats for characters. Like, it's just more damage bonus, which is good. It's a good weapon. And it's a supportive weapon, which gives it a bit more relevance and use to pull for, in my opinion. But it's also on, like, I don't need it, right? Like, I'm not going to need the 30% damage bonus for Zylan to feel valuable, right? It doesn't change the experience I would have meaningfully, to a degree that I would say is worthwhile. The only reason it might be attractive for me is because of the fact that I could, you know, have it as an option to increase, you know, Kachina's damage even further when I'm DPSing Kachina. And I can still turn it off if I want to make, like, I can turn it off by unequipping it if I want to make my builds a bit more relatable, interesting. We'll definitely level this. A little sad it doesn't at least have an attack percent roll. But this is an onset goblet that Emily could use. So, yeah, and there's a lot of damage percent buffs in the game. Yeah, so, I don't know. Like it's interesting. Like, Xilonen will give as much damage bonus. Okay, no, sorry, this is not very correct. I've seen some people say, like, oh, Xilonen C0 with her weapon is as much damage bonus as Farina. No, it is not. Because Xilonen is not going to give damage bonus to all teammates all the time, right? Farina's universal damage bonus is quite different than damage bonus that is conditioned on a specific trigger for the artifact set, and it only is of the types of the reaction triggered, which in Xylonen's case is crystallize of whatever element crystallized, right? So like there are Xilonen teams where she could give damage bonus to all teammates potentially, but they're much less. It's much more restrictive than Farina's universal damage bonus. So anyways, Xylonen's weapon does give universal damage bonus, but the damage bonus from the artifact set is not the same as Farina's universal damage bonus. So, anyways, my English is good. Well, it's my only language I speak. It's my first language, so I'm glad it's not garbage. But yeah, most underutilized 4-star. Oh, that's a good question. For how strong they are, probably Sucrose. Like, Sucrose is literally better than Kazuha in a number of teams. Like vape teams usually would end up preferring Sucrose. Because she has shorter field time requirements, and C0 versus C0, or a Sucrose EM buff is fairly similar for vape teams to Kazuha's damage percent buff. So yeah, for how strong the character is, that's the number one thing that like people should always consider. Like Kazuha has many selling points over over Sucrose, right? Sucrose has less universal use cases. But Sucrose can still be better than Kazuha as far as damage output goes, which most people I think don't consider. And from the the databases for people that do, that's weird. For the databases, we're gonna lock it for the fun of it. I don't know, maybe it'll be 20% correct. The databases that track like Abyss usage rates of characters, Sucrose is always almost always really low. And with how similar her buff potential is to Kazuha, that's quite silly to see, right? So, technically Sucrose. I hear she's clunky for a lot of people. I don't know why. I don't know why people think she's clunky. She's pretty easy to use. I mean, might be because of the auto targeting, like that'd be why. Like, yes, she is clunky in that regard. You got to deal with auto targeting jank, but also she has a wide enough AoE. It's really not a problem. And she also has the ability to do double swirls that it was setups with Xiangling most notably. That can be uniquely relevant. So she has better skill expression, but that's more just a experience Sucrose use thing. I'm just talking on the baseline of you switch to her, you press E, and you switch off of her. She gives a significant EM bonus to the whole team, and does swirl her debuff, or the VV debuff, right? So like, yeah, I acknowledge that without C1 or C1, C2, whatever her extra skill usage thing is, her cooldowns can be a little bit awkward, yeah. I'm saying she's perfect, but you ask for underutilized 4-star. And she is measurably one of the most underutilized 4-stars for how strong she is. That's all there is to it. Is there any other 4-star that I think is underutilized that might deserve to be more utilized? Probably not. Yeah, I feel like honestly Sucrose is the only one that really falls in that category for me. Most other characters, I think, the reasons they're underutilized is... I don't know, hopefully you've been able to hear it. I don't know why, I've had a lot of gassiness today, and I've been farting. Hopefully my microphone didn't pick it up, because it's gross. But if you're wearing headphones and you hear it, I apologize. My digestional system seems to be not happy with me. Beta, oh yeah, beta's a good answer. Yeah, I agree. I myself should probably try to use beta more. I built her a little while ago, and I have the ability to use her. I just still don't use her that often. She's interesting. She has like a lot of relevant use cases, but they're still like relatively situational where she shines best is my general vibe. Shouldn't have said it. Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't have said it, but I'd rather be honest rather than try to hide it. Right?
I created another.
Fischl should also be used more than she is, but Fischl does get a meaningful amount of use. She just has still lower use than she probably should for how strong she is. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say Sucrose and Beto, get the award for probably are... They're good enough that they should be used more by more people. Maybe an honorable mention for Barbara, because she does do Hydro, and Hydro be pretty good, and she do be a free character. She has a lot of annoying things about her, but Hydro's strong. So, yeah. Alright, that's it. Yep. All your 4 stars, C6? No. On polearms only, we will be trying to get Toma C6. C4 Toma would just be nice. And C6 Toma, like most of the teams I use Toma in on this account, could actually see some... It's not going to be crazy, right? But see a meaningful damage increase from Toma C6. Is it necessary? Is it going to change the account? Frick no. It's absolutely not necessary. I would completely say it does not actually make sense to pull for Toma, but it's Toma on Raiden's banner. It might be the only realistic opportunity I have to get Toma constellations. I think he and Rosaria are the only ones I don't have. Well, no, sorry, Kachina now as well, but Kachina constellations are very irrelevant. So Kachina is a good character for poems only. Just the constellations are irrelevant. So anyways, hopefully we can get his C6. I'd like to get Rosaria C4 eventually, and C5. C6 is irrelevant, but, she'd be the last one if we manage to get C6 Toma, but we'll see. I don't have that many wishes. So I don't know. Hopefully this is enough for 4 copies of Toma. No. I had like 50,000 Primo Gems when Chevreuse first released on polearms only. So, like, the reason I have C3 Raiden is not because I wanted C3 Raiden. I was fine with getting Raiden constellations on polearms only, obviously, because making Raiden stronger on polearms only would be fun. But I went until I got C6 Chevreuse, and I got C3 Raiden in going for C6 Chevreuse. So, no, I don't need Chevreuse constellations, is my point. I had plenty of Prima Gems saved up for Chevreuse, thankfully, when she originally ran, so don't need that. But we'll be trying to get C6 Chevreuse on my main account. Only need 2 copies of her. Surely won't be hard. Surely. Anyways, Mulan is C1, C2 value. Mulan is C1, I think, has a little bit more value than it, appears on paper, because that additional front-loaded multiplier damage can be quite significant in your ability to clear faster sometimes. How significant is a big ol', it depends on the situation, and it depends on your overall account state. But I think Mulan C1 can be meaningfully valuable. As far as the whole rotation damage, it doesn't necessarily increase your damage output that crazily, but the extra front-loaded damage is meaningful, and I think also opens up her to being a little bit more flexible with using Like you get, you're less, like a notable thing is like you're less punished, because sometimes you'll have like enemy movement or whatever happening going on that will prevent you from being able to land your third Sharky Bite, which can be a pretty significant DPS loss that might force you to like reset an Abyss Chamber to get it clear. The extra damage from her C1 in that first hit, if it's the difference between, you know, killing enemies with the 2 hits instead of having to do the 3rd hit at all, means like it's functionally not a DPS loss to lose the 3rd hit when you didn't need the 3rd hit to deal damage to kill the enemy, right? And clear in time. So like it being able to like balance out Mulan a little bit, I think it's actually a well-designed constellation, is my point. It's definitely not needed to go for. She's a completely functional character without C1. But I think it has actually a meaningful amount of value because of that. C2 Mulan, I actually don't even remember what it does. C6 Raiden this time, I mean, it's probably not going to happen. It is not actually outside the realm of possibility, though, for me to get C6 Raiden on this banner. I will illustrate why in a second. It's quite unlikely. I want to acknowledge that. Quite unlikely. But also not insanely unlikely. What was I going to show? I totally forgot. It was something with a 4-star. You distracted me with Raiden. Frick. Well, if it was important, someone can remind me in chat. So yeah, Raiden. Oh, no, it was C2 Mulani. Yeah. Oh, it's this one. This one's whatever. Like, this one lets her on field longer. I'm assuming this lets her get an additional... So you get your first... Again, this would let you get your first vape even quicker. Like, you basically would get your first big hit immediately. Because she immediately starts with two stacks. And then she also gains an additional stack when getting the puffer. And then it also extends her... I'm assuming it lets you get an additional Sharky Bite out. So you get 4 Sharky Bites total. So this can be like a not insignificant DPS increase, but it's contingent on potentially getting that final hit at the end, right? Getting that 4th Sharky Bite. And so this is like additional... It's weird because it gives you your initial front-loaded damage, like with her C1, faster... But we're talking like very slightly faster. In a single target situation, a few seconds faster, right? And then the other value is it giving her more backloaded damage, like into a potential 4th hit. I'm not even 100% sure how consistently you can get a 4th hit. So I think her C2 is very whatever. But her C1, I think, is... You'd feel the difference, I think, of her C1, is my guess. So, plus the exploration value. So, yeah. Any polearm characters upcoming Natlan? I think Eon-san is rumored to be a polearm, and if they're a 5-star, that is a potential reason not to wish on Raiden's banner. And then, like, I probably should not wish on Raiden's banner, but I've wanted Toma Constellations for a while. He's been gaining value with the release of, like, Chevrus and Emily now, that, like, I keep on having reasons to use him, even like over Zhongli. So, just because he's Pyro. So yeah, I don't know. C6 Raiden, I do not think would be that meaningful on this account. It would be fun to F around with it, because cooldown reduction is interesting, but like, you know, reducing cooldown, and she doesn't reduce her own cooldown, right? So reducing cooldown of the other polearm characters' burst is like, okay. I don't know, maybe I can do Raiden Emily things, I guess, to reduce Emily's cooldown to 8 seconds. Weird, but what does it actually do for me? Like 2 bursts per rotation? Maybe? I'd have to probably build more energy on her, even with Raiden's energy refunding. 2 Zhongli bursts per rotation? No. 2 bursts on, or not even 2 bursts on you. I mean, okay. Is there something? No, I've never really played Shenhe and Raiden to get on this account. I mean, maybe though. But like on paper, you know, reducing her to 15-second cooldown could enable shorter rotation. Actually, no, you still have an 18-second cooldown, so it wouldn't matter. It really wouldn't matter for Shenhe at all. Sino, like, like, yes, I guess. But I normally just play Sino, Emily, Toma, and then I actually need to play with Kachina, test out Kachina instead, but I don't know, funny Hu Tao DPS, burst DPS memes, I guess, with the Chevreuse team. But same thing with Sino, where like maybe it's valuable. Maybe. Again, I don't know when I'm doing Raiden and Rosaria together realistically, but it could be relevant actually for reducing her cooldown if I can do more bursts on her. One of the more relevant use cases might actually be being able to burst more on Yao Yao. That's more Dendra application. C6 Raiden might actually technically meaningfully make the team better, and also reducing her burst cooldown. Actually, no, reducing your burst cooldown doesn't really do anything that meaningful. Yeah, so Yao Yao. Yao Yao is my conclusion. Yao Yao and Chungling, obviously. I don't know. Point is, there is use case, I guess, for C6 Raiden, but it's very whatever. It's extremely whatever on this account. So, anyways, the reason we might actually have a chance of getting it, and I'm not going to purposely try to get it, unless we happen to get C5 Raiden and still have Spirit Wishes. The reason that could happen, though, is because we are at Pity right now, because I think I did like 50, 60 wishes for Kachina, and I got 2 copies of Kachina. So I think I'm at about 60 Pity, which means, you know, I'll do like a 10 pull. Yeah, so I'm at right at 64 Pity, right? So the next 10 pull will put me into Pity. If I win that 50-50, right? I win that 50-50 for Raiden, that'd be C4 Raiden. And then from there, right, I do have, my goal is to get C6 Toma, right? Which I very well might not even have enough wishes to get C6 Toma. I'll be sad if I don't get C6 Toma. We'll freaking see. If I spend 50 wishes and get 0 copies of Toma, I might just bow out, to be honest. So, especially if we lose a 50-50, because I don't think it's necessarily worth using a guarantee for C4 Raiden. C4 Raiden is probably more meaningful than C6 Raiden, though. Toma is C2. I need 4 copies. So, you know, I'd have to get a bit lucky to get C6 Toma with the amount of wishes I have. Anyways, so 77 wishes there, and then I have Stardust wishes. So that's, you know, 100 wishes, or 110 wishes, basically, with these that I have. Plus the login Prima Gems, right? So we'll say like 120 wishes, right? And I'm at Pity already. So if I do a 10 pull, get win 50-50 for C4 Raiden, and then continue wishing, and then from there I have like around 100 more pulls, right? Continue wishing for Toma Constellations, get to Pity, get C5 Raiden, win another 50-50, so I'd have to win 2 50-50s, right? And then I have 30 pulls left still. So yes, this will be in the wishing video for this week. It's possible to get an early, obviously. Do I deserve an early? After how lucky I got with Emily? 1 billion % no. Like, I got stupid lucky with Emily to get Emily C2 on polearms only. I do not deserve any earlies. But also, polearms only has been stupid lucky in the past. You know, like getting 1 early and 120 pulls and winning 3 50-50s is not in the realm of unbelievability. It is kind of all it is, right? So, it is possible I end up with C6 Raiden, but highly unlikely. If, in the circumstance, I end up with C5 Raiden after wishing for Toma, I will probably continue trying to wish for her. We'll probably grind out Natlan or whatever. Yeah, that was a 25 Pity, I think, Emily, and this was a 0 Pity, Emily. So, you know, I don't deserve any more early luck. And I don't deserve to win that many 50-50s, because I've won a lot of 50-50s. So, we'll see. We'll see. You will win. I mean, my preferred circumstance, unironically, would be losing the 50-50. I don't know. Losing the 50-50. Like, do a 10 pull, get 2 Tomas and 1 10 pull. That gives you C4 Toma. Lose the 50-50. Do like 20-30 more pulls and get C6 Toma. Right? So if I can do like 40-50 pulls, lose a 50-50, get a guarantee for a future pulling character like Eonson or Madame Ping is going to be a pull arm, and get my C6 Toma, that is actually the best case scenario for the account as far as like efficient use of my wishes. But ultimately, my exact decision for what to continue with will depend on how the RNG goes. So, yeah. Yeah, who knows when Eonson releases. Candace build? I don't know what she's on right now. I think she's on an emblem build. Yeah, she's on an emblem 4-piece emblem fab build. It's nothing crazy. I have her biased towards a lot of ER because when I want to use her, I want to make sure she can burst consistently. And it's not that big a deal for me to sacrifice a little bit of damage on her in order to make sure I don't have to change her build around. So, yep. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, there was artifacts we got. We actually got a couple different pieces that need to be leveled. Oh yeah, speaking of, I don't know what I actually need the elixirs for, but I do have enough like excess XP and stuff on this account that I should be doing the XP thing on this account. I need to remember to do that before I like strongbox for some stuff. Wait, do I have a bunch of level 0 pieces right now? What am I doing? Unlocked level 0 pieces, which is to say trash pieces. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, good. Yeah, I gotta remember not to strongbox these in favor of dumping them into the void that is the transmuter, because it actually kind of does make sense in this account, even though I actually don't know what I need it for. Like, I don't know. I do have a goal of I think a crowning achievement for polearms only would be to get the #1 Arlecchino. Get just in either of the Arlecchino leaderboards. Get the #1 Arlecchino on Akasha CV. I would really like that. To have a polearm only account with the #1 Arlecchino. That'd be satisfying to me. But anyways. The only way that realistically happens though, and this is why some of these pieces that I just got are not really that relevant, is because like this piece could be great if it rolls entirely into crit rate. If it doesn't, it's basically not relevant. But I basically need 4-line artifacts. Like this could be cracked. This could be an amazing piece for Arlecchino. It could even be an upgrade over my existing piece. Oh yeah, I have a lot of pieces. But nope. If it roll crit damage. But it's not a 4-line. If it's not a 4-line that rolls really well, it's not going to. Also, this was a 4-line, so it's already competing with a 4-line. But if it's not a 4-line, it basically can't get to the #1 spot in Akasha. Like, you need insane art. Like, never ever aim for aim for farming for a character for getting the top spot in Akasha. I'm doing this because I don't need to farm anything else in this account. And I really like Arlecchino. Also, I forgot I got that. This isn't even relevant, but you know what? We need to have level 4 pieces to throw away anyways. Yep, like that one. So, unlock. Did I unlock the other one? Yeah, I did. Good. We will try leveling this to 4. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll level to 6. You never know. Okay, it's low rolling, so I don't think it could be 20% crit rate. But you know what? We're gonna continue. Wait, really? Nope, it's dead. Well, okay, it's not dead. Honestly, it's not dead. But that was funny. That is why you keep those artifacts. Even if it doesn't have double crit, it could still be really good. Like it still could be level 20 and could be a 30 CV piece, right? A 30 CV piece with 1, 2, 3, 4 other relevant rolls. Like this could be an absolutely cracked 0 dead stat piece without having double crit. For this account, I don't think I have any need for that when I have the likes of this and I have the likes of this already, right? It's just not relevant. With what I have here. So anyways, that was funny. getting number 1 Lisa, Tomb Stupid Luck, and over a year, it's hard AF for number 1. Yeah. And like a big part of the reason, like not to like say like you didn't get super lucky or anything, Sylveon, but part of the reason like it was easier for you potentially to get to number 1 with Lisa is there's a bit less people building Lisa, right? You have less competition. There's probably a lot more Arlecchino enthusiasts that I'm competing with. So I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but I'm gonna damn well try. If they put this in Strongbox, we'll see. And there's another. No, that's kind of just poopy. Yeah, just going through these pieces. Leveled them to 4. Okay, sure. I mean, that could be an upgrade for me actually. My feathers have been like I got this actually last week I think, or early this week, and this is actually this let me get to top 100. I'm at my for the Vape Arlecchino leaderboard. If I use this artifact, I'm at top 135 or something on the Vape Arlecchino leaderboards currently. But something like this artifact could be better for the Overload leaderboards, and this could be an upgrade. So let's see. I'm running out of fodder. Actually, no, I still have. Yeah, still plenty of bottles. All right, let's see. What is my current one? It could still be an upgrade. Technically. I do not think it is. I will double check. No, it's definitely not. Man, if that was a high roll on crit damage, that would have been an upgrade. Dang. I'm like 90% sure it's not. It's extremely similar. I want to emphasize that. If the ER was relevant on Arlecchino, it would be an upgrade. But on Arlecchino, the ER is not really relevant, right? So, I wish to emphasize this is an incredibly cracked artifact. But when you're insane and aiming for number 1 spots and you already have good pieces, it's not an upgrade for me. So, yep. It was very close to an upgrade. Very, very close. I still might check it because it does have 2 high. Well, no, the second roll. No, it started with max. That was a min roll actually into attack percent. Shoot. Yeah, if that was 2 max attack percent rolls, that probably it still might have been an upgrade actually, with a max attack percent roll, even with the min crit damage roll. Right. Yeah, if this was like a 7.8 crit damage roll with this attack rolls, I think it would be an upgrade actually, because of the fact that this has low crit damage rolls. So, and you might say that's silly to like care about that nuance that much, but again, when I'm aiming for something as stupid as number 1 spot on Akasha, like trying to get as high rankings as possible, just because what else do I do? That's kind of all there is. Like you need to care about like the differences in those roll values. That is the difference maker. So, anyways, this piece also was so close. I got this recently. It was a 3-line, had 1 flat attack roll, which is better than flat def. But if it had been a crit roll, it's so close. So I don't know. Point is, do I use? Oh, I didn't even know I had that. Do I use the elixirs for, well, for more Arlecchino artifacts? Like, do I use it for a timepiece? Like, it would be, if I get a 4-line double crit attack percent timepiece, like, that could be the difference maker and could be what I need. Goblet-wise, it's highly unlikely I get anything better. I could do an onset goblet, but if it doesn't roll, you know, similar to this with attack percent as a sub, like, because I can't choose 3 substats, right? So like that's a bit unlikely. I'm probably gonna not choose goblet, and I think I have a good enough circlet to not bother. I also have a crit rate circlet. Not that one. This crit rate circlet might actually be better for higher rankings, but you know, 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Let me solo her. Hey. Thought the character designs, especially the Archons, seem out of place. Interesting. They are. I think they do feel a bit notably different. I agree. I think I could make the argument of how most characters, like most of the playable characters in Genshin, feel kind of out of place compared to like how the NPCs look and how the world looks. Like they've done a very good job with the art style of the game, but I think almost all the characters look out of place in some form. But yeah. By the way, I just finished Let Me Solo. I just finished the DLC with Elden Ring last night with my friends. It was a very, very, very good DLC. I liked it a lot. I know. I think some people feel it's too hard, but me and my friends were always playing it co-op, so you know. But yeah, I think as highly unlikely as it is that I get a better, you know, we're gonna try this for the chance. It's a 4-line, crit me or not. Well, not really. Bye. Okay. Wait. Okay, never mind. It still could be maybe relevant because this is a 4-line. If it rolled heavily into crit damage and then like having those high rolls into EM for the vape leaderboards could actually be very relevant. It could still be relevant actually, but it'd be pretty dependent on having. Well, I don't know. I do have the crit rate circlet. Frick me. Okay, this is a stupid thing to do, but honestly, I'm gonna do it. Give me crit rolls. I think the ER roll kills the potential for what I was hoping for leaderboard optimization here. But it also looks really satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Having exactly 11.7 is kind of cool. But also, I think she did. Natlan NPCs are brown, not tender. You know. That's a funny take. But what does that mean? What does brown not tender mean? I'm confused. I don't even know how to compute that. All right. Oh, there's a Dendro Goblet. I almost forgot about the Dendro Goblet. So yeah, my Emily. What is she currently using? Okay, she's using this off piece, which is like, it's okay, but this off piece or this onset piece could be a lot better. Right, I have to get lucky. I have to get as lucky as I did or more with that one flower. But, you know, we'll see. Oh. She was so close. It was so close. It was so close. It's better than the old one I had. I'll throw away the one that's on Yao Yao because like why would I mean I don't need 2 of these. I really don't think I need 2 of these. And it has more ER. There's less EM. The EM ain't relevant for Yao Yao or Emily. Oh. I was so close to being a meaningful Emily upgrade. I don't know what I would have done with that exactly. Probably, I don't even know. I'd have to look through all my freaking artifacts, but dang. All right, so close. All right, it's still valuable to keep. It still might actually be better. I haven't properly gone and checked through my artifacts for my Emily to see if I have like a good enough off piece to make like an onset piece like this or like the old one I had better, but it's basically the same as the old one, obviously. So, anyways, all right. You know what? We're gonna. Do I have a elixir? No, I don't. Oh, never mind. Okay. I was gonna say I was gonna try to feed artifacts. I was gonna use my bottles to feed artifacts into the elixir thing, so that we could gamba for an Arlecchino timepiece. But I do not have the ability to do that right now. So, how close am I? 61. Okay, I only need to level up like 8 more pieces. All right. Or I could just be lazy and throw this in. That doesn't even get me to 100. Screw you. All right. Yeah. So anyway, whatever. I guess that'll have to wait till next week, because I think we'll get one in the mail. I mean, I could buy the battle pass immediately, but that would be a really dumb reason. I don't think the battle pass is worth it to buy just for the stupid this thing. I kind of want to be honest, but I don't need the weapons. I don't need... Well, okay. Arguably, I do kind of need these now on polearms only because of the fact that I've been having to level up characters to challenge theater. Non-polearm characters. Like, I don't use them in theater, I just have to level them to challenge it all. So... I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Oh yeah, I don't think I've talked about this yet. I put Zhongli on Golden Troop. 4-piece Golden Troop on Staff of Homa. I think he does have crown skill. Reason I did that is because, you know, Kachina... Zhongli has this weird construct synergy, so he does this like wave of AoE damage. When you put another construct down within the range, you get 2 waves. So this is functionally every tick if enemies are getting hit by both. So, you know, the positioning is weird. It's not always this much damage, but it's about 12k damage, I think, from Zhongli off field. And he's still doing a meaningful amount of shielding because, you know, still's got 30k HP. Still Zhongli. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun. Like, is it worth it to do? No, but I had the artifacts anyways, right? I didn't really have to... I mean, this is not great. Actually, okay, arguably I wanted to improve my Grave of Zhongli. I should get a better piece here. But it's I think, more than good enough, to say the least. So, yeah. Anyways. Only one elixir in Battle Pass feels like a scam. Yeah, I feel like they should give one for free. But they don't. So well. Anyways. Oh. I just remember one of the things I wanted to do this stream was the event. This thing. But I no longer want to because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I want to take a short break before I have to do D&D things with my friends. So, anyways, I will probably be streaming tomorrow. We'll gamba for probably Arlecchino artifacts with the elixirs because, you know, I'm insane. Yep. That'll be the future though. Tomorrow will be Abyss stream, hopefully, maybe. If not tomorrow, then Tuesday. And I'll be wishing for Chevrus and Toma video. Yay, wishing for 4 stars. I'm sure it'll go well. Bye-bye.